Hi beans! It's been a while. I haven't streamed in like a few days, kind of like half a week. Feels like a week to me, honestly. Also, hi Nala, you're on time, or maybe more early than even I am. I went to 2 events this week, 2 artist alleys, 2 completely different events. So I have to catch up on commissions. This one, I was hoping to get in a little bit of work done last week, but it took me a second to get the feedback. That's okay. I just was trying my best to get there, but it didn't end up happening, so let's do our best to get as much done as we can today. This is Monday, right? I don't even know what day it is. That's a good sign. Wednesday, Thursday, I'll probably also have to do some commissions, but if you didn't know, if you don't follow me on Instagram, it'll be in the chat over there. I launched my shop amidst all of this crazy back-to-back events. I have another event this Saturday, so there's a lot of events going on. So my shop has now launched. You can check it out. It's free shipping. It's 20% off everything. This is not just like a plug. This is like a limited time thing, so take advantage. It's cheaper than on Etsy. So if you're from Canada, US, and UK, I'm working on it. I'm getting there. Let me double check that it's actually available on the YouTube, because the YouTube is slower. YouTube? You okay, YouTube? It didn't show up on YouTube. I knew it. I knew it. Because it's been a few days, I'm gonna be a little bit rusty at this whole streaming thing. I don't know. It's like not really like riding a bike. I come back every time and I'm like, oh, what are we doing? What's happening? Regardless, we are going to be drawing these 2 characters. They're Percy and Obsidian from Kate Goodwin's book, Paragon. We've already got some of it done here. We've got, we did the sketch. I believe I did the sketch off stream. I can't really remember. Last stream that I worked on these, I just did like base color and cleaning them up, I think. So we got the okay. I wasn't really sure about the background. I had to double check to see if I needed to do more detail or whatever. Kate said that it's up to me, so I'm good. We're chilling. Basically, now I just have to paint it. Let's go. This is the part where I actually have to make the characters look like the characters, and this is the fun part to me. Some people don't like this part, but I do. I said in the title they're flirting, but actually I think he's flirting with her and she's not about it. I don't know if she's sure about it. By the way, last week, I believe I was working on a lot of Astarian stuff. I'll have you know, I brought that Astarian print that'll show up here eventually, and almost sold out of the small prints at one of my events. So it was actually imperative that I had finished it. It was actually really important. So, very happy about it. Anyway, moving on. We got the okay on the color, the lighting, the everything, so do I want to merge? Even though I was at events, honestly, the second event that I went to, I'm gonna do a little recap of what happened at my events. I actually did so much drawing because it was so dead, so boring, that I had nothing else to do. Like, if there are no customers, what do I do? The only thing an artist can do when they're like stranded with nothing, I can't game, so what am I gonna do? I did look over and I did see some of my neighbors were actually gaming. But I messed up and I didn't bring games. So I actually drew all the characters that people have been requesting. If you were one of those people who requested it, listen out for it right now. I drew Ryuji and Yusuke from Persona 5. Their Persona version. Their Phantom Thief version. Sokka from Avatar. Everybody kept asking. And Shadowheart from Baldur's Gate. Nobody asked for that, but I asked for it, so somebody asked for it. It's me. So we'll have some more Baldur's Gate stuff. Did I draw anything else? I did some I wanted to do some bookmarks. At my first event, it wasn't that dead, actually. It was popping the whole time, basically. But sometimes it gets quiet. So I worked on a commission, actually, off stream. Ooh. That one, we will work on this week, actually, but it's mostly me cleaning it. So I have done all the hard stuff already. Yay. Because these events are 4 hours or more, How long was it, that event? It was from 1 p.m. to 8 p.m. So like, you know, 7 hours. Except to get there, I had to wake up at 8 a.m. to actually travel all the way there. So, and then I wear makeup, so even earlier. What a life. So yeah, wake up at 8 a.m. to go to an event that's like in Toronto, that's essentially 8 hours. So like an 8-hour shift. What do you do? What are you supposed to do? All you can do is draw, right? And so then I was super productive. That event, it was so weird. The university event, it's unpaid, it was a free event. So maybe that's like something to factor in, but so it was a free event, but somehow it did better than the event that I had to pay for. And that customers also had to pay for. Isn't that twisted? It's messed up. The free event that nobody had to pay for didn't actually earn the artist's money. Isn't that interesting? Somebody should look into that. I feel like that's actually to be expected. I don't know. Somebody's making money. It's not me though. I was put in a really sad corner for my second event, so it's rough. But I still ran into some of you beans, actually. Some of you actually know me, apparently, in person. So some of you came by and you're like, oh, I saw you at like this previous event. I follow you. I see what you're doing online. It's so trippy to me. I'm like, oh my god, recognized out in the wild. Oh, looking like this. In fact, maybe more like this. I think it could be more colorful. Okay, maybe not that colorful. Ew. Trying to find like a medium here, because if I do multiply, this is already dark. Maybe we do like this. And then this one is... Aha! Aha! I'm on to something here. This makes it a little bit more colorful, and then also this will make it closer to the color that it's meant to be. This is just dulling it down a little bit because otherwise it's super dark. And I don't know if you know this, but in reality, we don't have lines on us. We just have the illusion of line. All right, so line art, one layer, all colored. Woo! The colors here, also going to flatten them. Ta-da! Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. You know, that doesn't really make sense because like lemons are not easy to squeeze, I don't think. Do I need this? I don't know. That's the struggle of not working on a commission for like a week. I'm like, I don't remember what these layers are, and do I need them? Probably not. I think I only need the character themselves and their background. What even is this? What is this layer? The eye color? The eye color? What is this? Alright, whatever. Fine. We'll do the same thing. I saved the color. We're gonna do one of these. So I'm not putting it straight on black. This one here. I'm gonna paint over with the colors. Okay. Fine, sure. I feel like this step was not necessary. Yeah, let's just do it normal and then I duplicate it afterwards. That seems smarter. Ooh. You can have dark eyes, it's fine. Here is where we need to make it different. Even though like I was away, I still got some drawing done, so I shouldn't be too rusty at drawing. But because I like slept so little for these events, I feel like I lost all social ability. Like whenever I had to have small talk with somebody, I'm like, I can't have a conversation. The second day of my weekend event, I was a lot better. So if you saw me on the first day and I sounded like an awkward robot, just know I had 3 hours of sleep. I think everybody at 3 hours of sleep is not an optimal communicator. Or maybe you're built different, I don't know. But me, I was not operating at full capacity. Here we go. We do this. That. Okay. This is the line art. Colored. Character. Merged. Maybe I should do it like not merged, like the lighting and everything. I can't be like, because Kate, in this specific situation with a client like this, where they give me the okay a lot of the time, like they don't have notes, I feel comfortable enough to merge it, and if they have notes later, I'll fix it. Because it seems like different clients have different vibes, right? Some of them are very particular and they have a very clear vision, and then other clients are a little bit more relaxed and they're kind of like, go with it. Or sometimes they just don't have the words to explain it, which is also okay. Like sometimes later they'll be like, there's something a little bit weird when they see it more close to completion, and that's fair too. That's how you know you've done it for a while, if you can start categorizing the clients and knowing what's gonna happen. Sometimes I'm really picky about what I do, and then the client is fine, and I'm like, oh, interesting. What do I always start with? The face. And I've merged them, by the way. I'm gonna actually, hold on. I'm gonna save this as a duplicate just in case I do need to go backwards. Oh, excuse me. Hold on, I'm gonna open the right one. Otherwise, I will accidentally oversave it. Like overwriting your save in a video game. There we go. So this is the one that we're working on. She's merged. All right. Also, I think this chair is actually kind of incorrect. Am I wrong? This is also kind of crazy, but I am going to merge them together and just paint it afterwards because I can't be bothered. I hate thinking in line and, oh yeah, I hate thinking in line, I guess. I'd just rather do the shape, the form in completion. No, I think that is correct, but I think this is incorrect, this part. Something like, this looks like she's falling off the chair, right? But it looks more correct perspective-wise. So I'm wondering if like, maybe they need to move. Or well, no, in fact, I could just move the chair, right? What am I talking about? What is this dork talking about on the internet? Like this? She does seem a little bit like she's sliding off the chair, doesn't she? But then this also feels weird to me. The perspective is wrong. But we used a reference, so I'm like, what? Because if I do it like this, she's falling off the chair, but it looks more like we're looking at it correctly. Then if I do this, this looks like, yes, she's sitting on it correctly, but like, why are we, then he's out of the right perspective. So I'm like, what? What? Oh, sure. I changed it, right? I was gonna say, like, did I change it at all? I clearly changed it. We're gonna be fine. This sketch makes it look like I don't know how to draw. I need everyone who's stopping in to just look over here. This is my usual stuff. This is the process, okay? Trust me, just trust. We're gonna figure it out. Also, I wanted to merge so I could liquefy because I have a feeling that there's some weird nonsense going on. Because if she's like this, then it looks more like we're looking at her from... Ooh, I just smacked myself in the face. From below. She's very stiff, like she's uncomfortable. So I would imagine her body is like kind of upright. She's jolted forward. Uncomfortably. Listen, this is the one thing traditional artists don't have, and I'm taking use of it. Okay, this is my thing. Wondering if this leg should be... Ignore the arm for a second, I'm just looking at the leg. I kind of think like her feet do not scream uncomfortable, but sometimes when you're uncomfortable, you just freeze in whatever pose you were in. Alright, let's fix the face. Because I'm sure I drew so many faces while I was away. I'm sure I'm warmed up in this regard. Because I remember struggling with her face. And that's the #1 thing that I work on anyway, so... Well, in general, it's the #1 thing I work on, but it's also the first thing I'm gonna work on here. Somebody at my recent event said that I draw faces, the expressions well, and well, of course I appreciate that, but what was really funny is they actually bought something that had... Or their friend bought something that had nothing to do with the faces. I was like, ah, double compliment then. Because if the faces are something that you like originally and then you buy something else, that means the other thing is likable too. I have a habit of putting eyes too close together in this view, apparently. So I have been told. This angle of her hair. Do you want to see it before and after? Want to see it? Want to see it? Her face before and after. Oh my god, the liquefy list is so long. Whoa. Okay. That was before I liquefied it. Oh! No. After. Whoop. Whoop. You don't need to see all that. I used to have it more visible, right? Even over here, the chat now covers this part here. I realize like some people are artists and some people are not, and they don't really care about that. Okay, now that I shrunk her head, that is. I think it's more correct, however, now she looks tiny. Maybe her head is too tiny. Like it somehow looks more proportionate, at the same time it doesn't. Like her face looks proportionate to itself, but her head is not right. So. Sorry, ma'am, just a casual beheading right now. Ooh, ooh. Better? Alright, this is the part where I'm like, I cannot figure this out drawing-wise. Obviously her collarbone is not actually showing here. It's just I need to understand what's going on. What the heck is going on? If you have puffy sleeves, they're usually not like, conveniently, they're not over here, high up. They're usually a little bit lower, or, I mean, in this kind of cut, I think. If you have them high up, you have to be considerate of like somebody moving. Well, actually, no, they can be lower, I think. If they're puffy. If they're like rough, like, hold on, let me think about this. What I'm thinking of, like, no, you know what? I'm thinking of his shirt. If they're lower like this, it makes sense for his range of motion. But if they're puffy, you do have extra room, so you could put it higher. You just have to consider underneath. So like, if it's here, you have to consider, you have to give it, I think, extra room under here. Otherwise, if they stretch in a certain way, it rips, depending on the fabric type. I might be saying something, like, I don't take my words for face value here because I don't remember anything from fashion, but somewhere there needs to be extra room is what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Also, it looks whack as heck, putting it here. But putting it here would change the silhouette significantly too. Like a gathered over here. Here, it kind of lost its color because of the lighting. So we can add back some. I take it back. I have no idea what's going on with this sleeve. I do not remember. I don't think anybody's gonna fact check and be like, I have puffy sleeves. This is how they actually operate. I don't think anybody cares what the point is. Just consider the stress. Oh, that's okay. You can absolutely just lurk away and enjoy. That's so funny. Yesterday I had my dog on my lap, and then have you seen that painting of the lady cutting her own kimono because the cat falls asleep on it? So when my dog was on my lap, I was like, I can't move now. I need to do something, but I can't leave. I'm stuck here. The other day, actually, my dog took up like my side of the bed, and then he got really offended at me when I tried to move him, and I was like, buddy, this is my side of the bed. What do you mean? And then I was told that he had been like doing that thing that cats do, like kneading the dough for like a good few minutes before I got there, and I was like, hey man, I don't care if you were massaging your side of the bed, or my side, it's my side of the bed. He's brainwashed me, it's over. It was my side of the bed. I don't care how much preparation you made, it's my side of the bed. What the heck? I don't care if you came here early or not. This is law. You don't take people's side of the bed. This is like Sims logic. You can assign the side of the bed. You can't sleep on the other side now. Whack. Anyway, he was mad at me. So I committed a crime, I guess. I said I was gonna do the face first, and then I proceeded to not do that, so. Ooh. I did this like really messy, and I think it's because I knew I was just gonna come back and fix it anyway. They don't have blush though, which is kind of a problem, so maybe we should do that. Maybe. That's not a blush color. What is that? That's somebody's blush color, definitely not hers. So she's uncomfortable, and he's looking through her sketchbook. Well, not uncomfortable, but like, I guess embarrassed maybe is the best word. And An embarrassment is an uncomfortable feeling. So I would assume she'd be blushing. She's looking through her sketchbook. She didn't want that to happen. Anybody else ever have this situation happen to them? I think every artist has. So, blushy blushy is the way to go. It makes a difference. It shortens the face. So I removed the alt on my tablet and I never noticed how much I use it until I removed it. What the heck? I removed it because one stream recently, the alt key got stuck and I didn't know how to unstick it for whatever reason. I don't know, that was crazy to me. It just randomly happened. And now I can't click alts the same way. It's very annoying. Sad. This makes her look like me, and having not slept in the century, let's not. Alright. Now she's not an anime character. She still has planes to her face. This would be in light, so this would have a slight shadow. Light. This part here. This. And calculations. I have to pull out a calculator for basic math, but this I can calculate. So far, this is the same layer. Or not same layer. This is not the same layer. It's not merged yet, because I'm still figuring out how to do it. I don't think it necessarily has to be that dark here. Because the nose casts a shadow here. That's the strongest shadow. Because the light is hitting directly here still, the shadow's here. Here, I think the light still reaches a little bit. This looks ridiculous right now. The hat is gonna also cast a really strong shadow. Take this color. Maybe this color. Nope, because that's affected by blush. This color. Holy cow. This. We'll find the color somehow. Nope, I'm just gonna use that color because I don't know what's going on there. Ooh. I think more of her face should be in shadow because of this hat over here. But we'll blend that afterwards, otherwise it'll be too strong. I'm assuming because the light is hitting here, the lip is in shadow. See if we have faith, the artwork comes along. You wouldn't have believed that this was gonna happen if I had just shown you the sketch, which I did in the very beginning of the stream. You have no context. See, honestly, that's probably the reason I decided, like 2 reasons. One, it's really nice to see the finished artwork, like above over here. And then the other thing is like, if I don't show that, Nobody knows that actually I can decently draw, and if you just stumble across me, you're just gonna be like, what is going on, man? Like, what's happening here? And I wouldn't blame you, because even I'm questioning, can I draw? For the first, like, 20 minutes of my day. Maybe that's why it's easy to draw at events as well, because people are coming up to you telling you that your art looks pretty. They're like, oh, they're they even if they don't buy it, they tend to, people are really nice when they are looking at your stuff and they'll compliment you. You don't have to give a compliment. Some people just walk away and just say thanks, you know? That's nice too. That's also polite. Okay, I'm gonna search up this puffy sleeve debacle. This is nonsense. I need to correct the misinformations. No, you can have the puffy sleeve up here, but you always need extra fabric for it to be puffy in the first place, so... Versus over here, you reduce it lower, you have extra room in the sleeve. Anyway. There's those famous, like, are they called silky or sulky dresses? How famous are they if I don't remember the name? Known for those really puffy sleeves. This might be too much. Like, if you jut out your chin, how much space do you have under your, like, between your chin and your neck? I don't think it's like that much space. That's a lot of space. I feel like the pen pressure on my thing is kind of messed up right now. Because usually I can do this a little bit better. Or maybe I just got used to drawing with Procreate and their annoying pen pressure. I think this part of her face may be too wide for the angle. Is that worth looking at her at? Let's merge it. I'm pretty happy with it. Pull up a reference for the face. So this is a stage where I do need to work on the likeness. Okay. Ah. I don't have like a single photo reference, which is fair. Like, we shouldn't have just one reference to look at. But let me see if I can work with this reference that I have here. Where's the zoom function? Looks like in the references, there's a mix of foreheads, but I think a taller forehead might work better based on the references that I see. But because she's wearing a hat, we can assume her forehead is taller than it is. It's just blocked. I think taller nose? Not taller, but like higher. The nose bridge is up here. I don't know what this is called. Taller would mean like it protrudes more. It's not a very pretty way of explaining. Your nose protrudes out of your face. Straight nose. Kind of square tip, maybe? I don't know, dignified is the right word, but dignified chin. The sense that this face shouldn't be so juvenile might not be right, but like an ingenue face, like young looking face, should be more, a little bit more mature. So maybe over here we change the silhouette of her face a little bit. Because this makes her look very young. And this might make her look too old. Oh, balance, balance. The lower lip should be more... Oh! It's like that theory of like characters with fuller lips are more affectionate. I don't think that's true. But go with it, I guess. All right. Here I think I got it right. The eyebrows are a little bit spaced out. I think these are maybe too harsh for her face, but to understand what's happening. Also from afar, maybe having them dark is better. Actually, speaking of, I keep seeing people talk about this because now that I have posted about Astarion, I see a lot of reference. He's a white-haired character, right? And apparently in his concept art, his eyebrows are also light, and then later they changed his eyebrows to be darker. And sometimes with light hair characters, I do the same because light eyebrows from afar just looks like you're eyebrowless, and then you can't really read the expression very well. Or it just looks strange, like the shadow is so intense. This makes it look like her eye is bulging. Should be a Rembrandt triangle, I think. Whoop. Over here. Easy to get focus on the details. Like, I don't know what you're looking at as a viewer, but for me, I'm like sometimes too hyper focused on one thing that I'm drawing, and then I look back and I'm like, what? I think I've removed some of her. Feminineness. Femininity. Zoom out. Over here. Sorry, I realized I was like zooming to the right there. I think we need to move her face a little bit back because now I'm like, where are you going, girl? This is gonna look weird for a second. I swear I know what I'm doing. I am back and Capsule goes back. Hello, how are you? It's been a while. Well, it's been like, I don't know, 3 days or something. 4 days? I don't know, what time is it? Where are we? Oh, no, that I said I know what I'm doing, but maybe I don't. Let me move her nose real quick. Was it 7 days? Was it 7 days? Oh my god, was it? Oh my god, was it 7 days? Dude, I don't know where we are. I also don't know what's going on with this layer. What? 7? Dude, listen, Capsule goes on top of it. Thank you for reminding me because I also didn't know. Somebody told me the date today and I went, oh, like there was an event happening today? And I was like, what? What day is it? Also, may the 4th be with you if you're a Star Wars fan, I guess. The event that I went to, that was yesterday, naturally, because it was a weekend, they can't really do it on like a Monday, right? Because then nobody would show up. Nobody did show up really, but anyway, I think they made the event thinking of May the 4th. Because I think there was a sign even at the event that said, May the 4th be with you. So there was like a lot of Star Wars. And I was like, I think I'm at the wrong event, everyone. I don't fit in here. Oh my god. I've not watched any Star Wars, I'm so sorry. I don't think it's, well, I don't like sci-fi in general, really, right? So then Star Wars is probably not my jam. No shade to anybody who likes Star Wars, it's just, unfortunately. She's a fantasy gal. Can't remove her roots. I try sometimes. The only sci-fi that I think I actually really got into was Detroit Becomes Human, like the video game. And Canada was mentioned. Also, Neil Newbin is in that game, and I didn't know either. It all comes full circle. It's crazy. But like, even though I like fantasy, it's not like I like all fantasy. Like, I like romance fantasy, I like adventure fantasy, like Narnia or something. But horror fantasy? I mean, Pan's Labyrinth freaked me the heck out. I was traumatized from that movie. I think I watched it too young. Ooh, if you're young, please don't watch that. Wait till you're older. I swear it's a good movie, but like, you will get very disturbed early on. Or maybe you have better, I don't know, a better stomach? I don't have a good stomach for violence and gore, actually. So I can't do it. Can't do it. Yeah, you know what? What's weird is it wasn't the eyes and the hands. This can't be a spoiler. This movie's so old. There was like a violent scene with somebody hitting somebody in the face with something. And I was like, it was so abrupt that it scared me. I don't know why it scared me so bad. Oh man. What was it called? Blockbusters? Man. What a time. I've rented so many things. So many things from that. And now it's all Netflix. We had them. We had like Blockbusters, and then I feel like we had something else as well. I'm not really sure, but it disappeared, right? I think we held on to like the last one for a good while, and then it gone now. We don't have anything now. It's completely replaced by streaming services. That, and for some reason, around me, we had a lot of pirated movies, like flea market movies. Like, people, I don't know, it was wild. It was wild to see how many. Am I gonna get in trouble for admitting? Oh man, we had to pay for our movies back then. That was crazy, everyone. But now I'm so like, so everybody kept talking about it because this is, okay, listen. So I went to 2 art events, right? Now I can tell you about the little recap here. I can tell what's popular based on what sells. And that seems obvious, but you can tell what pop culture event is happening based on what sells. Because the Avatar movie was leaked, right? I didn't watch it. I refused to watch it, but it was the #1 thing that I talked about. Well, two things I talked about at my University of Toronto event. It was big, by the way. It was so big that people were being, not escorted out, but they were like being yelled at to move because it was a fire hazard. There were so many people. I was like, this is crazy. I've never been in an event that had this problem. What the heck is happening? Anyway, because there were a lot of young people, they all recognized Avatar. They all recognized Zuko. And they were like, oh my god, I keep seeing Zuko edits from the movie, but I refused to watch it because, well, but at the same time, I want to support the artist. So people were really talking about that. And quite a few people got the Zuko sticker. Actually, a lot of people liked Aang. I was like surprised that so many people, I didn't realize he was such a popular character. But yeah, a lot of people got Aang. And then the other thing that I noticed, this was the funniest thing. So I mentioned it earlier. I finished Astarion on stream. Or not, well, I showed Astarion on stream, the finished one, that one. Right before going to the event. And I stayed up late printing and I was like, all right, hopefully somebody at the event likes it. Almost sells out. The amount of people that pointed at him, because I had a small version of him, not the big version. I didn't have time to make a big display for him. Everybody kept pointing, going, oh, I know him. I want that. You did a really good job. And I was like, screaming. The funny thing is, I went to another event. This was the paid event. And nobody was interested in Astarion. And I restocked him because I was like, oh man, maybe, just in case this event has some nerds that are into Baldur's Gate, I probably should prepare. First of all, I was in a really bad spot at the event, but the event itself had terrible traffic. There was not a lot of people. I don't know, it was the weather, the fact that you had to pay for the ticket, it was too expensive. They didn't advertise it. I don't know what happened, but it was not good. Sorry. Sorry to insult this event, but I'm not coming back, which should be the biggest sign that it was not good. If I refuse to come back, then it's like, wow, that was awful. Some people said it was a literal waste of a weekend. They were really upset about it. Somebody did buy it still, so I'm happy. The fact that somebody even bought one was already impressive. But yeah, it was a trippy weekend. Made back my table though. So some artists I don't think like talking about whether they made, how much they made or whatever, and I'm just like, I'll have you know, I made back the table, so I didn't lose all my money. I lost money though, of course. But the university event was crazy because the table was free. So I was like so impressed. I was like, what the heck is happening? Toronto is no, you should not underestimate Toronto. We are nerdy, man. They're so nerdy. Also, Toronto, I want to say, if you're into fashion, is a big fashion city. Obviously, I studied fashion in Toronto, so it's a big fashion city. So you would think people who like J fashion and cosplay, they would be in Toronto. They have all the like fashion stores to buy things for cosplay in Toronto. So there were so many cosplayers. But at the second event that I went to, there was a Zuko cosplayer who bought Zuko, and funnily enough, they came back, and their friends were trying to convince them to also buy Astarion, and I thought, this person has the same fandoms as me, what the heck? What is going on? But, I was very happy. It was great. Ooh. Hi, Strawberry, how are you? It's been a while. How was your week? Apparently it's been 7 days. Oh my goodness. Isn't there a horror movie that says that? Like 7 days. I haven't watched it. Alright, she has a face. Her eyes are kind of too close together, but like... That's what as I've been yapping away, that's what I've been trying to fix this whole time. She low-key looks like my old boss. I don't know... I don't know how I feel about that. I mean, I guess you draw what you know, and I guess I know my old boss's face. I don't know. I think it's the eyebrows and the light eyes. Because he was blonde with blue eyes. That's what's striking me. There's some feature on her face that is like... That's my boss. Nice guy though, so it's not bad. It's better this way. I think we can soften the features and everything, like, you know, blend it out and whatever, but for now, better, I think. Ooh. I don't have the before and after in this file, but I saved the old file. So we can go back and we can look at it now. So this is where the stream started. And then this is where we're at with her face. You can tell because I haven't touched his face. She's too good for him right now. She is fully rendered and he's, well, he's still 2D. I don't know the characters well enough to be like, she's too good for him. But at least in this artwork right now, yeah. She's more, not emotionally developed, but quite literally developed in general, like, in existence. Hold on, there's something going on here. Right here. I think it's just the shape of the... It's fine, we'll move on. She's not terrible. So... I think it's okay to move on. I think it genuinely is just the shape of her eye, but... I think her ear is also... Hold on. I said we'll move on, but I think her ear is actually messing it up a little bit. Oh no. Oh no. It's one of those things where like the face is right, but there's one line on the face that's incorrect. I just don't know which one it is yet. We'll find out later. I'll probably flip it. Okay, it's fine. You know what? Listen, some people out there are drawing faces looking like Picasso and they sell, so I think we'll be fine. I know you shouldn't like compare your art and whatever, blah 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 blah, but I'm a human, so I don't care. I'm gonna just say it as it is. Fact. Oh, it's that, isn't it? Makes her look like she has a weak chin or weak jaw. But it also looks more balanced. Speaking of, because I remember it in the chat, if you were in Avatar, in Avatar, like in the show, would we all be the same nation? Because definitely, I think I'm Fire Nation. I have too much of a temper, I think. Too passionate. I don't think it would work for me. The amount of times you hear me like yelling about some kind of nonsense. Be like, oh, I can't believe this is discrimination. But it's like something really basic, like I'm not allowed to, I don't know. I have no idea. I can't think of an example right now, but I'm sure it's gonna come up later. Actually, I recently saw this. I thought this was really funny. There was somebody online talking about how they wanted to go to like an event or something, and it said you have to be 18 to 30 years old, and the person was 32 or something. And they were like, come on, man, I'm not allowed in. And somebody replied like, what are they gonna do, card you? Just go to the event. But I thought that was ridiculous. And I was like, it's discrimination against old people. We can't be allowed into events. Ridiculous. I don't feel old though. I feel like maybe when I hit like 37, I'll feel old. I think it's a mindset thing. But maybe I won't. Cause like, look at me. I do something that's quite young professionally, I feel like. I talk about video games on the internet. I draw characters from video games. I draw pretty characters. Actually, this was really funny. So I've noticed this common interaction that I keep having. I don't know why. I think people don't realize I can hear them behind the booth. But they say some unhinged things. And I can't imagine, like, what? Sometimes I also say unhinged things without thinking. But I'm like, do they not see me? I can fully hear them. They'll say something like, why didn't they draw them like that? And I'm sitting here going, it's me, I drew it like that. What do you mean? I'm right here, brother. What do you mean? One thing I heard that was really funny was, I think they meant it as a compliment. I don't really know. I didn't say anything because I didn't know what to say. But they said, oh my gosh, they drew, I couldn't hear which character. They drew them yassified. Oh my god, I love it. And I was sitting there going, is this a compliment? I don't know. Because they followed it up with, I love it. I think they like it, but at the same time, I don't know if I intentionally came out here yassifying my characters. And then I asked another artist and they were like, well, you do draw them prettier than the canon. And I'm like, yes. I do draw pretty characters. I draw them pretty to my standard, what I think is pretty. That's just how I do. I'm so sorry if you give me a man, probably they're going to end up looking like prettier, because that's just how I find pretty. Pretty boy epidemic over here. So when somebody's like, oh, why did they draw them like that? I'm like, I don't know, that's my taste. Get out of here. Leave me alone. I'm sorry, I like pretty boys. I can't. What do you want me to do? I don't know. Listen, if you go through social media, the number one thing that you see online, like if you are looking at artists, they're pretty anime girls, right? So why are you giving me a hard time? Don't give me a hard time. Leave me alone. Actually, I actually mostly draw pretty anime girls, I guess. I fall in that category. Because you draw what you know, right? But now that I have leaked into drawing boy characters, male character, the dudes, the bros, the guys. I don't know. They're gonna end up looking a little feminine. I don't know what you want from me. You got a problem with men wearing makeup? I don't got a problem with that. I'm just fighting battles that I don't need to fight. I don't think anybody cares. Oh, I don't know, maybe they do. I don't. I think I'm probably going to color correct this because this is a little bit too much. This is something that I've been like obsessed with on guys' faces actually. Speaking of drawing handsome men, pretty men, handsome men, whatever. This is a difference that I find a lot in women's faces versus men's faces, at least the way that I draw them. think I could add it a little bit over here, but if you wear makeup, one thing that I always do is I always add lightness or brightness under my eyebrow. And then I find that this area here, at least on my face, is quite light. But on a guy, because this part tends to be, the brow bone tends to be more pronounced, they tend to have a darker shadow over here. And it's my new favorite thing on the face, I don't know. I don't know. So if you have that definition on your face, just know that some artist is nerding out about it and enjoys it. They don't have as much of a highlight over here, I find. Especially because they have thicker brows, it gets covered a little bit. Me, I shave my eyebrows to half the size that they actually are, so you can see I have a lot of room. This was a big thing in the 90s, by the way. If anybody grew up in the 90s, this is a huge thing. I don't know if you know this, but women in the 90s, the trend was to have really thin eyebrows, like pencil thin, like really, really thin. But then the trend became to have bushy eyebrows in like the 2000s or something, or 2010s or something. And then they could not participate in the trend because if you remove your hair, it doesn't come back. So, what a struggle. I feel like the thin eyebrow thing is really popular with like anime characters, you know? What is this line? There we go. Ooh. He is very much in shadow, huh? But I don't think his teeth would be this dark. So let's... Ooh, maybe not. I do think teeth that are perfectly gray or yeah. Actually, you know, if you get like teeth whitening toothpaste or something, and if it's purple and your teeth are yellow, and then you change the color by turning it using purple, your teeth will turn gray, which looks quite unnatural. So I think an off-white with a tinge of yellow is pretty normal. Normal looking. That's like bone color to me. But if I do this, right? This looks so unnatural, it's so weird. Just in case anybody wanted to draw teeth. Pure white also looks really weird, unless you're doing a cartoon character. But even then, I probably would avoid pure white. Alright. Well, he's talking. I don't know if he'd actually have, this kind of expression. I think actually we would be seeing his mouth. So... lip over here. What's a tongue color? Something like that. You're not a vampire. Sorry. Just draw a lot of them. Was immediately like, let me just give him really sharp canines. As I can. Okay, this makes his mouth look incorrect. It isn't deeper in shadow. It's not gonna be that light. That would look wild. This is also something that I tend to draw on specifically men's faces as well. I do have like a really, not stereotypical, like a default way of drawing men's faces. So they'll end up also having a little bit of same face syndrome in this regard. Somebody actually was talking about this online, how this part of their face makes them self-conscious, the nasal labial folds, like where your nose and your mouth connect right over here. The older you get, sometimes you have this line. I have it. I don't really make it that pronounced on women, but on dudes, I find that their faces are they have a little less fat on their face. Like plumpness, I guess. And so then I add it. They don't connect necessarily like perfectly like this, because then it's too intense, I find. But I do draw it. So if that's something you're self-conscious about, you need not be, because it adds character. I do think it's because my original character has it, and so the guy that I'm most familiar with drawing is like the default face for me. Because I like studied references to draw him, those are the references uploaded into the brain. I had to change his jaw here because it looked like it was protruding too much. See, this is how I feel like there's something going on with the pen pressure, because I'm trying to do like one of these. Your eyes are not looking the same direction, sir. Nope. I think I have made his eyes a little bit too like half closed, so then they almost look scary. Like the expression is a more like what you got there versus him looking downward, like devious. Nope. When you look down, this shadow is actually less. Okay, listen, I clearly don't know all the facts about clothes, but when I started talking about the face, now I'm like, no, this is something. Because if I look downward, there wouldn't be a crease on my my eye anymore, right? Because there's nothing to crease here, over here. But then if I look downward, you will see like the eye socket. Oh, sounds so creepy to talk about. But like if his eyeball is over here, right? And then the eye socket is like here. He was a skull. And like this darkness you would see. But then if you close your eyes, it's like 3D still. It doesn't just become a flat. Like if you're looking for, nobody asked about this, but here you go. So an eye is like this from the side, right? It's so, which means when it's closed, it still like has to protrude a little bit. Not like that much, but you know, point stands. It doesn't magically become like this. It still has like a little bit of something. All right, let's merge you together. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. Oh, oh, okay. There we go. We cut this part of his face. Now you can see what I'm seeing. Your nose is in the wrong direction, my dude. I think I do this habit of, I don't know how to explain this better, but the nose is tilted like this way. Like if the tip of the nose is meant to be here, I tilt it this way so you see more of the nose here. Does that make sense? Sometimes it's not obvious. But then the more shading I add to it, then it's like, yeah, the direction doesn't make sense anymore. And I did the same mistake on the other side too, on the other character. Time to look up a reference for his face this time. For her, I changed the face to be a little bit more like, I don't know what kind of face this would be if I was to explain it, like kind of more European face in structure. Yeah. I don't know how to explain that, but like, you know, European aristocrat face. You just think of the stereotypical face, I suppose. I don't really know what to call that. But then for him, I do think his nose is supposed to be bigger. I mean, by default, I gave him a bigger nose, but I'm gonna have to double check and see if that's correct or not. Going by the references, I think he has, I think he has a skinny face actually. So it's not like that stereotypical jock face, which are really strong jaw. So let's do that. More pronounced cheekbones, which means this line here actually makes sense because he's thin. Actually a deeper shadow over here. It's stronger brow bone. See, I draw the face and then I update the face to match. Because that's easier. Like, having a default is easier than building from zero. This might be too open. This is more like he's laughing. This is more like he's talking, I think. Or at least that's what I want to think. Don't want to hurt myself thinking too hard. Pronounced cheekbones is something that it looks like the references share. So let's give him a pronounced cheekbone. Also a strong chin here. This is the different part where the nose is not actually very wide. Quite structured nose. Definitely this part is gonna be more dark. This shadow has to be strong. I think, sir, your eyebrows are too high. I think I'm gonna have to flip him to continue because I am getting face blindness now. too saturated. Time to flippy flippy flip. Da 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 da. Where are we? Where are we? His eyebrows kind of make him look a little bit more evil, so let me just like cut his eyebrows instead. Also, you can see that there's an alignment issue. This is what I was talking about earlier. That was happening on her face as well. Have a habit. It's one thing to recognize a habit, it's another thing to fix it. Because if it's a habit, that means you've been doing it for a long time, so that doesn't mean you have the tools to fix it, you have to think. I think this one, if I lower it too much, it looks a little scary. Alright, the alignment issue, I can show you. I do it all the time. This eye, this bottom of the eye. I'm doing that thing where if you try and measure with your hands and then you go like this, you shrink your hands. Trying to do a straight line. Okay, we got this. This one's tilting this way. This one's tilting this way. Tilting this way. There's a lot of things that are like slightly different line. Time to break out the good old liquefy. The nose, I guess. As if me tilting is going to help the situation. You know, not developed, like it's not like it's me who came up with it, but like I started drawing in this method, actually, like, I think in high school. And then I found it the most comfortable, even though it was kind of annoying to like repaint and fix things. I do remember there's a specific painting that I did of like a couple waltzing. Why did I draw that? I don't know, I guess I was preparing myself to do fantasy romance in the future. But I remember running into similar issues with the face and doing the same things. To repair it. Okay. Speaking of, the hair is completely like not aligned to anything yet. He looks really intense, right? Because there's so much detail that it looks like too much. He also doesn't have any blush, so he just kind of looks undead right now. So the lighting is coming. Also, we can fix her face here too, because now that we've flipped it. Kind of looks like she's doing one of these. Like, why are you talking to me now, right now, bro? Ma'am, I'm doing that face at you, because what's going on with your face? You know, this face reminds me of Mia Wasikowska, the actress who played Alice in Wonderland, the live action. I think the face blindness is real. Anyway. Trying to soften his face because it's too much. Way too much. But also I wanted to come over here to see the lighting. So, the lighting is coming from here. Like this direction. This direction. Toward her. So the strongest light would be here. Meaning the strongest shadow also should be here too. Light is hitting here, here. Should also reach his face, but it should be here actually. So I think this part of his face is too dark. It should be dark here, but not here. Not that much. So let's correct it. Can you roll your R's, by the way? Because apparently I know quite a few people who cannot do that. If you're learning a Latin language though, kind of need to. Oop. Where are we going? The goal, I feel like when I flip, yes, is to correct, but if I start forgetting that it's flipped, then I have one. Because then I'm like, oh, I've corrected everything. I don't notice it. And then I flip it back and then I'm horrified that it doesn't look right the other way, so... That's a different struggle. That's another thing. Don't worry about that. If we get there, then we've conquered one side, we can do it again. Surely. I hope. So if the light is hitting this way, this part should be lit, right? Eye is so pointy from this angle. What is happening? I find that one eye has the right expression and the other eye does not have the right expression. That's what it feels like. Flippy, flippy. Let's see if the corrections work. It's taken a century, it feels like. Holy cow. Nobody is more frustrated at this than I am. If anybody ever gets impatient with me getting stuck somewhere, I don't think anybody does. You could just tap out. But just so you know. Lord. I feel it more than anybody does. It is. Okay. Staring at it, staring at it. Correcting it, staring at it, staring at it. It's you, this one eye. It's messing with me. Nope, close, close, we're getting close. Please? I want to move on. You know how like some gamers like rage when they're gaming? I wonder if some artists out here on stream start raging while they get stuck on something. Or do they quietly just go and try to figure it out? Because I think this is the equivalent of me raging on in a game. I just need a dark color to do that with. This. Still a little bit off. I think the eye placement is a little wrong, but expression is right now. Thank goodness. All right, well, moving on. I'll come back. It's not like I can fix it perfectly without fixing everything else. But do you want some instant dopamine? Because every artist needs to do this. This is his face now, right? And then this is her face. Oh, okay. That's cool too. This is his face earlier. We can compare them. Is it perfect? No, not yet, but I think that's a decent amount of progress on the face. The face is the hardest part, I think. And then everything else, I can be as lazy as I need to be, and then we'll come back to the face because obviously I can't just leave it like this. He still doesn't have the shine in his eye and whatever. Thank you everybody for being so patient, watching me struggle. Just going through it, man. Really. To be expected, honestly. I don't know. Can't really be that tough on myself. It's like, I haven't drawn on Clip Studio at least, on stream for a while. Also, like, have I drawn in general? Because last week, I don't know, I didn't do that much drawing. Like, holy cow. I'll come back to the mouth, because he's something else. Let's go do literally anything else. Something easier. Woo! We're gonna do clothes now. Clothes are easier, thank goodness. Ooh, maybe should be in shadow here. Okay, I don't want to mess up her hands, so I'm gonna do it on another layer here. I feel like there should be a middle color for this, like sunlight going through. Be a middle color, not going straight from like this beige off-white color to purple for the shadow. I think there should be like an orange or something in the middle. Shall see what I do. Even I don't know what I'm gonna do. Ooh, I totally forgot to tell Instagram that I was going live today. Well, everybody, it was a fun experiment. Whoops. I knew I forget. I forget something every time I stream. There's always something. Usually it's something small. Sometimes it's as big as I forgot to bring water, which is kind of important. We should all drink water, by the way. You should drink water. I think the shadows shouldn't be that dark because then it looks like really, really folded. I probably should go through and either darken or lighten parts. It doesn't look so intense, like the contrast is so high. I saw a thing recently, which I really agree with actually, and I think I render in the same way, where it's kind of impossible to render everything perfectly unless you have, like, godforsaken amount of time. Like, you're just the god of time. Like, time, personally, is like father time. It is like personally over your shoulder going like, you got this, bro. Like, that's a whole different thing. I don't think most artists have that. We don't have the luxury of like so much time, and if we do, probably we're working on very few orders, or we enjoy working like that. I don't. I'm too impatient for that. So the way that we should work, as proposed to this person, is focus on the focus points. You render those polished, like, and nice, which is usually what I do with the faces. That's why you saw me spend so much time on the face, and everything else can do really fast. The farther away we get from the face, at least in this art piece, in other pieces maybe it's not just the face, maybe it's like more, I don't know, depends on the character. The further away we get from the focal point, the less we have to render. So down here, we render less. I'm not spending so much time because we don't need to focus on it. Also, they're like dark, so really do very minimal, just keep it rough. The background also, putting less information. We do big solid shapes, some big strokes. The hands I do focus on because otherwise it looks kind of weird, like next to the face. I mean, like, especially if they're close to the face, yeah, I have to render them. But if they're farther away from the face, I will still render them, but not as polished. And you can see this in theory above here. The faces are always way more rendered than everything else. And there's a reason. 1, because I don't have time. 2, because I get bored if it's not the face. And then 3, it's more effective that way because otherwise you're fighting for attention. There's too many things to look at. Yeah. Thank you for joining my TED Talk on rendering. I think I missed this class, but there was a class that I took, and I think it was like in the notes, the difference between rendering and painting, and I still don't really remember the difference. But I believe rendering is like making something look polished and look like the shape that it's meant to be, the form that it's meant to be. And then painting is just like the method, because you could do that in drawing. I always think of rendering as like polish. I don't know if that's the correct way of thinking of it. I don't know. I really need to go search that up. I hope nobody ever asked me to teach a course, because I don't even know how to explain the difference between rendering and painting. Some art teacher out there knows. It ain't me. I don't think I'm one of those. It's like learning music theory versus just playing by ear. I feel like I'm a very play by ear type of person. In fact, when I did play music for like 2 seconds, I tried to learn the violin, if anyone's curious. It was usually I try to play it by ear. Just match the tune. Oh my god, I'm just a bard. Speaking of bard, you know how I did the Mario Girls set a while ago? Anybody remember those? I did them like a RPG party almost, or a fantasy party, right? One was a bard. Pauline was a bard. Daisy was a knight. Peach was a princess, but she still had armor, so like, you know, princess knight, I guess. And then Rosalina was a mage slash witch character. They came in today as keychains. Yeah. I think I like them. They're not perfect. None of my products are ever perfect. But I think I like them. They're glitter keychains, so the background is glittery. Something new. Never done it before. I was hoping to have them like have colored glitter, but that wasn't really an option. I mean, it would have been an option, but it was too busy and it made it difficult to see. I think if you have like anime style, it works. But as you can see, my style is kind of painterly and there's just too much information, which is kind of a drawback in this situation. I also find that like in general, I talk a lot. Surprise, surprise, the streamer talks a lot. And I also add information, like I very dramatic about it, like I give so much. I could say it in 3 sentences, but then I'll give you a paragraph. So I think that's just my personality, to be honest. I give you more. I give you the whole thing. Let me give you a whole essay. But some people like simple more. In fact, when I was sewing, I liked simple because it was less work. And I find that drawing like this is less work for me. Sometimes people have to remind me not to give them so much information, just get to the point. And I'm like, yeah, fair. But like sometimes it's all about the journey, you know? Why don't we have a fun time getting to the point, huh? I could throw in some fancy effects. We could have a fun time. Speaking of, my next YouTube video, I scheduled it finally. It was supposed to come out like what, April 30th or something, and it's coming out next week. It's been a while. It's supposed to be like the last Friday of every month I try, or like at least the Saturday. Couldn't make it. Could not do it. What just happened? That was crazy. I didn't know you could do that. Yeah, couldn't make it, so it's a little late. And the reason why is because it's like my longest YouTube video because I talk way too much. I cut down so much. And I'm like, why do I talk so much? This is so much work. But hopefully, there had to be less fancy editing because it was too long. Like I had too much to say, and it was not like super organized because it was a vlog. It's just like, you know, genuinely me talking in the moment. So hopefully it's enjoyable. If it's not, well, I don't know. Good luck. If I'm doing it this way, my hand like this. Arm is twisting how? Like this is the inner arm here? And this is twisted? What does an arm even look like at this point? I don't even know. Hold on, let me pull up my own arm. This elbow is pointing this way. So there is a slight twist. Here is this part. Inner elbow here. And now that we know it's like this on this side, we know what is happening on the other side too. Approximately. Woohoo! Isn't that how you feel when drawing? I don't know. To be honest, sometimes when you're drawing, you feel woohoo, and then other times you feel like, ah, you know? So sorry if you were using this as cozy background and then I just screamed into your ear. Ooh. Did I tell y'all I have another event? I kind of explained that I was gonna have another event, but I do have another event this weekend. Well, this Saturday. It's Oyo Fest. It's like Kirby themed. I'm gonna be honest, I actually have not played Kirby before. Or I have, but like it was not the game for me. I do think he's Faye or a cutie. I don't really know. But I did draw that one Kirby sticker. I did it on stream. That was what the sticker was for. And I got them. They're very sparkly, they're very cute, and they're I want to say limited edition unless I have extra stock specifically for that event. I don't really like doing fan art of things that I'm not actually a fan of, especially like, oh, actually I had a topic about this. Oh, I have something to talk about. Let me yap to you about this. So there are some artists who are very like business mindset, and I find that I cannot do this, where they do fan art of things that they're not a fan of. And this may be just like my judgment, and I think they're not a fan of it, but I find it very hard to believe that somebody would be a fan of like everything. You know, if you have like Ghibli fan art, and then you have anime fan art, and then you also have video game fan art, and then it's like, I have a hard time believing you're into like all of those animes and all of those games. They're just popular. Because like, for example, I don't have Silk Song fan art because it's not the type of game for me. I'm not like into everything. It would be kind of unreasonable to imagine. Also, how would I have the time to like actually absorb all of that media? It would be quite difficult, right? Anyway, so I've seen some people who do that, and I cannot do it. I like, you know, props to them for doing the business thing, but I can't. Also, I have strong feelings about this in terms of I wouldn't be able to hold a conversation about it, and that feels disingenuous. Like if you came up to me and then you wanted to buy my Mile print, for example, and then it's like, I don't even know the character, what are we doing? Like, what is the point? I think the whole point is like, let's connect emotionally to our customers. Because, you know, that's like, I'm making the art because I feel something. For Kirby, it was I feel he's cute. And I know that this is a staple for this event, and I'm going to connect with my peers with this. But like, that is like, it's a small task, so it's not so much. Versus like all the Zelda merch that I do. Doesn't make sense if I'm not actually a fan. What are we doing? Like, what a way to dedicate your time to drawing things you're not actually in love with. And now, I'm not a hardcore fan of anything except for Baldur's Gate right now, clearly. But I can't imagine. It just seems like a miserable way to... maybe that's just me. Me personally. I cannot assume that they're unhappy. I think maybe they source their happiness from, you know, doing well financially. Which, fair. Probably 90% of artist struggles are finances. But yeah, I think I'm more than that. I need more than that, I mean. I am more than that, haha, no. I need more than that. Need some fulfillment. The same thing with recognition on social media, though. I see people draw like fan art of things that are not popular, and I think I used to do it. And I think that might be why I feel that way. Where I'm like, it's not worth it, man. Like, I don't care about validation enough. I want to find the people who are a fan of the thing that I'm a fan of, and then we can fangirl together, and then it'll be great. That's what I want. It made me genuinely so happy whenever somebody recognized my character. Actually, one of my favorite interactions from this week was really cute. Was somebody who got my Mael print. Actually, did you know, my Mael print, it's really hard for me to sell because I didn't put her in the regular clothes. So people don't recognize that as Mael unless they stare at it for long enough. And this person recognized it, said that they don't usually, they can't really find it anywhere for whatever reason. It's difficult for them to locate some Expedition 33 fan art. And from where they're from, they don't really see gamer fan art very much. So it really meant a lot to them that they could find somebody who, you know, put in love and care and was actually a really big fan of the game. And then they said for those who come after from the game, and I was like, no, don't make me cry, that's so wholesome. Oh, it totally made my week. Was multiple things made my week, but that really, really made it so much better. Selling a print that like you've never sold before, first of all, and then on top of that having it be this like really wholesome moment. I hope that when they see this print on their wall later, they're thinking nice things like that, because they know that somebody else out there has a love for the games. Very pure love for the games, like I do. Because those games are so impactful, they're so beautiful. Can't remember if the buttons are on this side or that side. Now they're there. I also made quite a few friends this week. This is my way of socializing with people, by the way. It's really hard for me to spend time with my friends. They don't live city, and also my job, even though I have like full freedom, if they don't live close to me, it's quite difficult to make time. Because somebody actually recognized me. Somebody from who watches these streams, by the way. Hi, in the future if you're watching this. He was like, oh, you stream quite a bit. And I was like, yeah, I stream 3 times a week. You know, that means I can't like do things during this time slot without, like, if people are regular watchers, that means I can't just like dip right out of nowhere. It also affects I think the algorithm, whatever nonsense. So it's kind of hard for me to be like, oh yeah, so I can only meet you on 4 days of the week. Then also the other days of the week I'm working. So then, as an adult, it's so hard, right? And then I have like this weird schedule where it's not like, oh, I'm free in the evening. It's like, no, I'm busy in the evening, so tricky. I just made it that much harder for me to hang out with my friends, which means when my friends show up to my stream, or when you show up to my stream and you talk to me, I very much appreciate as the extrovert. This is my way of filling my social meter like I'm a sim. I had some really funny conversations this weekend, honestly. And one of the events were so dead, like the whole time, that like I could overhear my neighbor saying this, and like I would nod, even in from my sad corner. I would like make eye contact with her and be like, yep. She's like, we're just yapping away. Because what else is there to do? There's no customers here. Like, what are we supposed to do? Like, I guess we just might as well bond with each other and like network. But because I was by myself, I couldn't really go up and see everybody's table. I really wanted to. In fact, there was somebody who had Baldur's Gate 3 merch. I saw somebody bought it, but I was in mid-conversation, so I didn't get to like stop and say like, hey, where'd you get that? So I can find them. And I don't think they were on my floor. So basically, I could have gave some artists some money, but I have no idea who they were. So sad. I want to bond with other artists, but I couldn't see them. I think they had a print of Gale. Gale is a character in Baldur's Gate. He's a wizard character. It's not my favorite, but the style was cool, so I wanted to see if they had other characters. I would have went for it. But alas, missed opportunity. Inset shoe, because it's old-fashioned. This one too should be even more. Ooh. Or maybe I did too much. Ooh, I don't know. I don't know. Something like that. Oh, something like that. I think lighter boots would have matched better. I'm gonna do one of these. Or maybe... No, yeah. I'm gonna do one of these, and then I'm gonna lighten it, I guess. I also have this rule, speaking of the event. I'm gonna give you your Artist Alley recap here. I have a rule when it comes to customer service. I see people do this all the time, and it irks me because I used to be a supervisor. You cannot have your AirPods in while you're doing customer service because you can't hear them properly. And you also look like you're not attentive. I understand if you're like a small business and it's dead, right? There's nobody there. But otherwise, I have a rule where I don't like doing that. This event was so dead. I'm talking like there's nobody there, right? So I actually had to... Also, there was like speakers going on behind me, and I started losing my mind. So I actually did have to wear AirPods. I borrowed some. They don't fit, by the way. They don't fit my ears. Especially because I have piercings. It's a whole headache. But they saved me this weekend, and that's the reason why I drew so much. Because I actually got to listen to my own music. Otherwise, holy cow, it was rough. Also, I was at a comic event, essentially. I guess it's comics, like just in general, like, you know, nerdy stuff. And they were not playing, like, majority of the time, they were not playing, like, gamer music or anime music or anything. I was like, what is happening? This is so weird. And somebody said that like the previous year they were playing Baldur's Gate music, and I was like, well, I have to supply it myself now because they're not playing it. What the heck is this? Okay, this color is correct, but it's too saturated. That's my problem. So let me do one of these. Okay, this is color. This is... maybe it's not bright enough. Let's do one of these. This one will be... we're doing a lot of things just to make this the right color. Ta-da-da! Ta-da-da-da-da! There they are. Yeah, they're too bright, man. Ah! Okay, hold on. Sorry. Okay, all of that for what? Like one shade difference, I don't know. I think I'll fade them. I think that's probably smarter. I was gonna go for like a light brown, but I have no idea. It doesn't work somehow. Cause like her color scheme, like this kind of color, right? Her color scheme is so light and pretty, it doesn't make sense for her boots to be so dark. But it's not working for me right now. Let's see. Excuse me, doggy. You are... It's the same phone as it was before. I will find it. I will. It's distracting. But it's like that kind of color. Hold on, let's take this. Let's see, maybe this foot we do this color and this foot we do that color? No. Maybe. Okay. Now that I've looked away from the face for a while, do small touches in increments, and then I'll finally have the face correct. She looks a lot more rendered than she was. Let me double check the button direction though. Women's buttons, please. I forget every time. Apparently I don't forget every time because... No, I do forget every time. This is incorrect. A raid? Oh my goodness. Hello? Oh, hello? Yeah. Ooh, maybe we should do frills. Would be pretty. Would be pretty. Ooh, hello peoples. Hello, hello. It's been a while. Apparently I haven't streamed in 7 days. So hello. Good while. Ooh, you could do creepy things. Hold on. I hope your gaming session was really fun. I hope the stream was really fun. If you want to lurk, you can do that, because this is probably going to be quite chill. If you want to chat, oh my goodness, I'm such a chatterbox today. Listen, I went to this event and it was super, super dead, and then it was so boring that all I want to do is yap. So you're just gonna hear me yapping. Ooh, date night, please enjoy. Please do enjoy. Eat some yummy foods. Get yourself a little treat. A little treat. I am that enabler in my friend group. He's like, you should get yourself a little treat. But I didn't earn it. I don't care. Get yourself that little treat. Everybody deserves a little treat. I still really want that shirt that says, don't talk to me, I'm on my way to get a little treat. I still haven't bought that. Really need to. Right, she's got des boutons. And then I'm gonna do some little pleats, I guess. Ooh, ooh. We're doing some fashion design on the fly here. Ooh, getting fancy. Oh, if it wasn't clear what I was doing, over here it says, drawing the characters from a book. The commission. And if you've been in Miwa's stream before and rated over here, you might have seen them because I worked on them like a while ago. But now we're doing the fun part of bringing it to life, and they're gonna be all polished and pretty, and poor Kate has been waiting for an update, I'm sure, so now you want to see, actually, this is before, this is the beginning of the stream, and it's been 2.5 hours, like the middle of the stream, right? And that's where we're at. His face is giving painted by somebody 30 years ago on a really weird, creepy poster. It's like one of the, there's like some weird uncanny valley thing happening, and I'm going to fix it, I swear, but like I can't right now, so we'll get there when I get there, okay? Just trust me, it's gonna happen. Okay, I have this thing of like, if the bottom is simple, we should make the top more complicated, so then I'm going to do that. Ooh. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Anybody watch Brooklyn Nine-Nine? Oh no. Watched it forever ago. Right now, actually, I'm watching Lucifer. I don't know if anybody's watched that, but I'm rewatching it for like the 3rd time. It's just really good background noise because I don't have to like know what's happening. It's like one of those procedural is not the right word. Like one of those shows where they follow the same kind of format every time. So I'm just like, there's a mystery to solve. They solve it, the story progresses, yeah, blah blah blah. The characters are in love with each other, they just don't know it, blah blah blah. There's some funny quips. Okay. I don't actually have to actively listen, which is great. There's so much media that I would like to enjoy, but then that would mean I actually have to pay attention to it, and I don't have the bandwidth. I have the internet bandwidth, but I don't have the bandwidth, you know? You feel me? Also, I'm a subs person, prefer to listen to the sub. So, read the subs. Oh my goodness. Which makes it really difficult when you're drawing. Can't really do that. Okay, this is, yes, but this is incorrect here. I'm thinking we gotta spread this out further. This looks weird. Usually this part actually goes to the back if it's one of those old-fashioned shirts. So like the front has this like triangle, and then the back also has that extended triangle. So it's like this, and then on the back side, it also extends, just not like the same. Which means this part should be covered. I don't have to finish this, but like I'm trying to get as far as I can because this client is very busy. Give them less opportunity, or less opportunities in a good way. Can I word this? They don't have to give so much feedback. They don't have to do it so many times. They do it like one time and they don't have to wait for the next opportunity to do it. They have ample room, basically. So more room, less opportunities. Dude, listen, I'm drawing. I can't. This is like asking like a really heavy hitting question to somebody who's gaming mid-boss, and they're like, hold on. What? How am I supposed to answer that? That's a boss level question while boss level skills are required. Speaking of, I'm playing Baldur's Gate again, because like, I don't know, I'm just not in the mood for any other game right now. Clearly I'm in a very fantasy mood. Clearly I'm hooked onto that game, it's over for me. But I'm at like the final boss, and then last night I did a crime where I realized, man, I messed up. This is gonna take way too long. Let me reload to the beginning of this so then I can go sleep. Because I can't do this right now, and I don't think it's gonna take forever for me to figure this out. And then I reloaded my save, and turns out the last time I saved, I thought it would have like auto-saved. No. The last time it saved was like an hour earlier, and I was like, oh, well, okay. Well, I can't do anything about that now. Just gonna go sleep, I guess. Anyway, I'm at the end of the game, plus an hour. It's fine. It's alright. If I did that to a game where I didn't like the game, I think I would just drop it. I'd be like, man, I don't care enough. This is... What do you mean I lost a whole hour? That's insane. Ooh. Merge it together. Now she looks fashionable. Now she looks cool. So the story for this scene here, it's like he is looking at her sketchbook, which is terrible for any artist. If you've ever experienced that, my condolences. I have. You're uncomfortable, the person's judging you, or making commentary and you don't know if they're judging you. You're just all around, this is very personal. So she is kind of like embarrassed, shy, as he's like narrating what he's seeing in the sketchbook, essentially. Maybe narrate's not the right word, but saying what he's seeing, right? And he's having a jolly good time, I guess, teasing her. So we have to make her look uncomfortable. Slightly. That might make her look sad, but you know... Okay, is it time to work on his face again, or should I avoid it more? His face is so difficult. I think it's partially the angle / the expression, but I got stuck on it for so long that I'm kind of like, let me come back to it. Her face is too big. I made it bigger earlier, and now I'm like, girl, not to give you a big head or anything, you have too big of a head. My God. Already just like giving you another Barbie resizing. You know when you're a kid, the Barbie's heads like pop off? Anybody put their Barbie heads on other Barbies? Some crazy Frankenstein ability. Ooh. Another rate. Y'all are too sweet. My goodness. What sweethearts. I can't. My goodness. Stop. Hello. I'm not gonna say it. Ooh. Hello. How are you? Oh, whoa. Thank you. You know the one that I do all the time is a Q&Q? That face? That's the one I do all the time. I hope you had a good stream. How was stream? What were we doing on stream? What was crack-a-lackin' on the stream? Wait, hold on. I'm gonna... Yeah, exactly. The one that I do is this one. But then I'll talk to people who are not weeb enough, and then they don't understand what this is. And I'm like, come on, man. Ooh, game design. That sounds sick. Let's go. That sounds so fun. I've been gaming lately. I'm always gaming. But are there any games that you're currently playing? If you're talking about games, aside from your own game. Also, what type of game is this? I have many questions. I like the game. That 2 questions. What games are you playing? And then also, what type of game is this game that we're designing here? I say we as if it's I don't know why I always say we. Like, we are streaming right now. Wow, we are drawing this character together. Like, yeah, we're doing it together, but technically I'm the one drawing. That's okay. You can take some of the credit, everyone. Ooh. Ooh. Fancy. Okay, Magic the Gathering, I have not even attempted. However, I know the cards, so... Am I thinking of the same thing? Am I? Hold on. Before I make a fool of myself. Google. Immediately. Ruin all the aura. Yeah, cards. Yeah, cards. I was like, I'm 100% sure. Wait, no, I'm not. I've definitely seen it. Yeah. In fact, I think one of my teachers might have worked for them. Maybe. I don't know. It sounds like really familiar in the sense of like, I feel like I have, listen, all the artists are connected somehow, so maybe, let me actually, that would be crazy if, yeah. Wizards of the Coast? Yeah, I was right. One of my teachers did. That's why it's so familiar and up here, because some of that stuff is my reference to learn how to illustrate. Let's go. But tabletop. I also haven't played tabletop. I would love to. People are always talking to me about it, and I'm like, dude, I'm so hooked on Baldur's Gate right now that I'm like, clearly this has unlocked something in my brain that maybe I should start playing D&D or some other kind of tabletop, something. However, that would require time and it would require having friends. I mean, I do have friends, but they're all other artists who also don't have time. So I live vicariously. That sounds so cool. Also, it sounds really complicated in like the best way. Like, I'm proud of you. I commend you for it. I just draw pretty characters. But recently somebody asked me, I think it's from the tabletop, is it Daggerheart? Is that popular? I've been hearing about it because now my threads now shows me D&D stuff and I'm so for it. Yeah, Daggerheart. Somebody is asking me to draw a character. A secret character for their campaign. they're like, oh, can you draw this character? But we're gonna keep it a secret because the rest of my team doesn't know that they're, you know, they exist yet. And I'm like, that's so cool. I feel like I'm like in a secret collective, like, oh, we're doing undercover stuff. Sounds really fun though. So, in my own way, I'm participating in the tabletop culture, okay? Ah, so jealous. Apparently in my city, we do have like one of those cafes where you can go to and then like they do like little meetups. So I could probably find somebody, but then that would require me leaving my house. So see, there's too many variables. But fantasy and stuff, love it so much. Oh. Thank you. I feel very validated. Appreciate. However, I have a lot of love for it, so I also appreciate you. Hearts all around, everybody. If anybody has a campaign character from some tabletop, from some video game even, dude, sign me up. I would do it for free, but I can't do it for free. I love doing it so much. I also like doing the fantasy. Oh, actually, I should probably explain. This one, it's also fantasy, and yay. They both are like, I don't know if they're both magic wielders, but he definitely wields magic. And in fact, in the book that the sketchbook, I believe it's a pixie who's drawn in there, and there's some, of course, in all fantasy, I believe there's some racism going on. Ooh, literal racism. Different races. Fantasy races. So she's uncomfortable because apparently that's what's going on. Is that a big spoiler? Hopefully that's not a huge spoiler, but yeah. They're from Paragon, so if you're into fantasy books, that's what I'm drawing. Haha. She's the artist here. Oh, same. And he's giving her a hard time. In fact, he's giving me a hard time because his face is giving me struggle. But he's gonna look so cool afterwards. I don't know. I'm trying to make him look as handsome as I can. I'm doing my best, everyone. I really, listen. There are some theories on whether drawing pretty people is more difficult because you have to deal with symmetry. I don't know. I'm gonna get there. We're gonna go on this adventure together. Ooh. Yeah, right. Every time I get raided, I'm like, I don't got a script. I just start yapping. If you want to lurk, you can do that. Clearly, I'm a very yappy person. So if you want to yap to me about something, feel free. Listen, I have been in confinement at these events that are too boring. I need to talk to people. Communicate. Yes, please. I absolutely would love. As much as I love doing fantasy characters from books, I do get a special little excitement when I'm like, ooh, you play this character? I don't know. I think it's just like, it's a different approach to fantasy. It's exciting. I don't know. I don't want to say novelty because clearly I just enjoy that. I do get like people asking for other things, but 90% of the time, I do think that's where I am. I think the fantasy people have found me. Thank goodness. I've drawn mermaids for people, mythical creature. I drew a minotaur a while ago. That was hard. And actually, it's on a book cover somewhere, so you can find it. Ooh. Ooh. My first time drawing a minotaur, slap it on a cover. I'm like, okay. I'll do my best. Werewolves? Did a lot of werewolves. Actually, we were talking about mythical creatures. Minotaur. Werewolf is lycanthropy? Lycanthropy? Like lichens. It's not an angel, but recently we did something like that. And I think later this week I'm gonna be drawing some fairy or pixie. It might be pixie. Dude, all of the fantasy people, they found me. And I'm so here for it. Luckily, nobody has asked me to draw. Well, no, I have done it before people have noticed that I'm just really that fantasy person. Somebody has asked me to do like sci-fi. But like, I feel like at this point, I might decline. If somebody was like, hey, can you draw me a Gundam character or something like that? I'd be like, listen, I could probably do it. But I don't think you want me to do it. To be fair, I don't think I'm that girl. Gundam is like hardcore. Actually, I went to one event. It was a video game event, actually. And the table next to me, I was talking about this earlier, where I can't really do fan art unless I'm actually a fan of it. But I think this person, I literally overheard him saying like, I don't know it, I just know it's popular, so I just drew it. But he had so many Gundam like fan art pieces, and I was like, dang, the dedication. I hope he's at least a fan of Gundam, because I can't imagine putting the effort and not being a fan for Gundam specifically, because goodness gracious. It's a lot of work. Man, I don't know. I've never really gotten into mech, unfortunately. I do see a lot of fan art of Asuka, I believe, from Neon Genesis. And that song, Will Never Escape, it's in here. But never was my thing. Mech, unfortunately. I was mentioning it earlier. The only time I really got into like sci-fi was Detroit Becomes Human. But now it's getting a little bit too real. It's getting a little bit like the androids. They're taking over. So I just look out my window. Oh, they're there. And then like in the game, they escape to Canada, and I'm over here in Canada going, I don't think that's gonna happen. I think there will be no escape in Canada. I think the androids will take there if it's over. That's why sci-fi is not my thing. It's too close. It's getting scary. I finally watched Love, Death, and Robots. Like, I think last year. I feel like it came out like 2 years before. Like it was finished for a good while. Finally finished it, and I was like, I'm scared. I couldn't keep watching Black Mirror either because I just scared. I'm scared. Can't do it. But fantasy, unfortunately, I am not about to see a centaur the second I walk out my door, so we're safe. We can live in fantasy. It's fine. It's all right. I think. Maybe. I don't know. Has somebody seen a centaur? Actually, so I was saying that I was rewatching Lucifer, TV show, and I think an episode today, he was like, I had a dream where I was head of the centaur people. And I was like, out of context, this is crazy. Actually, there is no context that would make that not crazy. But now I spread it to you. I've never had a dream like that, but creepy. Of course, thank you so much for rating and chatting about all the things. Random me chatting about all the things. Thank you for yapping with me. I will do my best. I will take care of the peoples. Hello, peoples. I'll take care of you. Come here. I'll put you right here. Thank you, thank you. That'd be so sick and twisted. Ooh. Actually, the way that my stream is set up, the reason why it's so late is because I actually have dogs. Because my schedule requires me to walk the doggos. Actually, how is this shadow? I think it's here. Here. And so I stream at this time so it's uninterrupted. Otherwise, the doggos. The doggos are more important than the people. can't entertain the people if the doggo is freaking out, you know? I respect it. Okay, you know what it is? I see what it is. Have you ever seen those like filters on your phone that you can do the thing, like you can add a smile and then like they filter your face to have a smile, but the eyes don't change? That's what he looks like. Because if you cover his eyes, that face doesn't look that weird, but if you cover his mouth, the face doesn't look that weird, but you put them together, his eyes, he's like, his eyes aren't smiling. I can't replicate because I can't not smile. How do we make his eyes smiley? How do we make him smize? Anybody remember that? Tyra Banks? Smize? Smize? Maybe it's as easy as... I don't know. I don't know how people smile. Do people even smile? Is it real? Smiles aren't real anymore, everyone. You heard it here. Actually, really weird, twisted thing that I know is some people actually get surgeries to make themselves permanently smile all the time. If they're in customer service. Because, you know, smiling all the time hurts your face. I've tried it. It happens to me at conventions, actually, but it's genuine smile a lot of the time, where people are being so nice to me. Kind of like, you over here on stream, everyone. Y'all are so nice. Such sweethearts. That I like smile for like a whole hour, and then I have to turn away and go, my face. I'm gonna have like really intense smile lines, but I'm okay with that. How do we make you smile, sir? Woo! High cheekbones and small eyes. They are smaller than some anime artists for sure. However, there's some outliers, which is why it's like hard to say. Hard to say. But for drawing men, I definitely do high cheekbones and smaller eyes. But then for the women's, well, she's a little bit different because of the face reference. For the women's, I think by default, they have a different face where they're a little bit more squishy? A little squishy? I don't know, I go back and forth between small eyes and big eyes. It's hard to say. However, somebody was saying that my art style is pretty consistent and they can tell who it is every time. And I'm like, okay, I'll take it. Sure. I think that might have helped a little bit, changing his, like making his eyes wider, like he's happy, but at the same time can get really creepy if you make them too wide. Because then, like, if you're smiling with your eyes like this, suddenly, concern sets in. Suddenly you're sweating. Suddenly you're running, you know? Spooky things. Well, it's either he's looking at her or he's looking at the book. Either way, I think it's fine, but... Like, how do I can't even use myself as a reference for this photo because, or this artwork, because like, I can't see myself doing this, you know? Like, this expression. He looks a little less creepy. He was really giving creepy though. Like, he was really making me uncomfortable. And that's not what you want, you know? Ooh. From the angle that we're at, it might make sense. Dude, I don't even know. This reminds me of that conversation I had like at the beginning of my streaming career. I feel like this was something that I don't know if I want to call it a career. The beginning of me streaming. somebody was telling me about it, like to be a good streamer or to be a popular streamer, not that I want to be very popular, but you know, I appreciate the support. Just enough. I just want to make a little extra income and have a good time, you know? But regardless, it was like you either have to be really good looking, because this is a weird thing that's on TikTok. I think one of the most watched TikToks are just of a girl making like an expression. Like it was crazy. She's just really pretty, so it worked. You have to be one of the pros. You have to be really good at what you do, or you have to be really funny, I guess. So let's hope I hit the ability to do things, please. I'm not the biggest pro, but maybe if I pretend that I am. That would bother me though. I always give this disclaimer of like, listen, it might work for you. It might not work for you. I'm not that big of a pro. But I hope people enjoy watching nonetheless. But when I get stuck, this is what I think of every time. I'm like, oh, ah dang. Ah dang. Not professional enough, can't do it. Oh. There we go. Okay. Fixing this shadow here a little bit. For sure, this part of his chin would be in shadow, but this also should be in shadow because the light is hitting this way, right? So he's being illuminated here. Then here should be in shadow. Here. Here. Nope. Here. Nope. No, here. I don't know. Here. Something like that. Something like that. Perfect. I have achieved perfection. He definitely doesn't look creepy anymore, because he's just a goofy little guy. He's not little at all. This guy, I'm pretty sure he's like 1 foot taller than me. I'm little to this guy. Nah, I'm not gonna add that shadow because it just seems like a pain. But this is in shadow too. Boop, 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 boop. Yes. Yes. Why, yes. Okay, the fact that he's missing a lower lip is crazy to me. Like, it's... Also, I keep saying it and forgetting, but like, he should really go to a blood drive or something and like... No, actually, you wouldn't go to a blood drive for this. He should go to the hospital and get a blood transfusion. Bro has no blood in his face. It's starting to get weird. I think that's probably part of the reason it's strange to me. Wow. Sir? What lip stain are you using? Also, since we're here at this point, should have some... Your blood runs to your arms. So... Maybe not that red, but you know, some redness. Something like that. Okay, for her, I remember having this issue where this side of the face was a little bit too much. For him, actually, I think it might be too little. And that might be part of the reason why he looks weird to me, but I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. Starts having a breakdown. Would be a very Azuki thing to do. Okay, this looks crazy right now, but like, just bear with me. It works only if I change the side of his face, so no. Incorrect. There's something wrong with this angle. Something about this part of his head is incorrect. And I'ma find it, because I have faith in the process. And And then put in that Whitney Houston song right here. Got it? Got it? Alright. Like stop in French. Buddy, I'ma need you to sort out your face real fast because I'm about to cut it off. Things you should not say to real people. Part 703. The things I say on stream, I hope nobody ever says to a person, but unless they're gaming, then maybe you can say it, you know? I think so somebody was telling me that they never scream at games, right? And I was like, dude, I was playing games last night and I was screaming at the character. Screaming at the screen. And then I was like, yeah, but I'm a streamer, right? So like, that'd be perfect. That's great. I should be doing that, actually. Listen, if it ever gets so dire, I have considered it. So I'm trying to hit like, AdSense on YouTube. And this is the only time where I was like, dude, I'll start gaming. But then the problem is I wouldn't be able to keep that up. I wouldn't be able to continue gaming. So it would be like kind of unnecessary. But, or maybe I would just have to adopt it into the schedule, but I don't really like gaming on stream all that much. But I will say that I can be quite entertaining just screaming at the screen. Like, bro, I can't believe you're dying right now? That's crazy. This is not the time to die, bro. Reloads to save. I can't believe it. Shadowed Heart, if you don't get your ish together, I swear to God. Meanwhile, I'm in private, by the way. This is just me alone. Sometimes, if you walk in on me streaming, you would never, not streaming, gaming, you would never do this, because you don't live here. You live here, but you don't live here. You're in my thoughts always, Beans. However, you don't actually live here. Anyway, you'll see me do one of these, like, while gaming, very aggressively, like, I don't know what's happening in the game. Hey man, you've got more than a 5-finger forehead maybe. I don't know what's going on. Okay, run into another issue here. His eyes are too small from far away. Hard to see what his expression is. Because this would be the final, right? Her eyes are so big, so easy to understand. I understand that I'm doing more realistic style here. It ain't working with this eye shape here. Can't see what's happening. Oh, sir. It's like quite the opposite of a blepharoplasty. You're getting the Lady Gaga treatment. From afar, I do have to correct that one eye, but are they bigger? They are bigger, right? You can see them a little bit better. Chop, chop, chop. Heck yeah, let's go. Are we making progress, everyone? Are you okay over there? Am I okay? You know how I was doing the sticker sheet? I think that was the last thing that I streamed. I was doing a Starion sticker sheet. As well as a coffee one. And I was really struggling to draw his face. Like, I was really struggling for some reason. And then yesterday and the day before, I drew like 4 characters. Had no problem. Just chill. And I was like, is it because I'm live? Is it because I'm watched? Do I unlock superpowers when I'm in private? What is going on? It's so frustrating. I'm like, where was this energy when I was live? Clearly I can draw. What is this? Man, I need y'all to believe that I can draw. But the thing is, somebody actually was watching me even at the event. It was really funny. So where I was sitting, my back was next to like kind of a balcony situation or a bridge. So there were people standing on the bridge, and then I overheard them saying, "Look, they're drawing." And then I went, "What?" And then I realized I was just, you know, somebody watching me drawing. And then I pulled hi, one of those. And then you know what happened? You know what happened? They came over and bought something. And I overheard they were talking about it, where it was like, they were talking about how no AI is allowed at events or something. I couldn't really hear the whole thing, but it was really cute. Chips, hello! My lord and savior. Save me. Been stuck on this space for so long. Please. Send help. Oh yeah, pull out those sick dance moves. Can anybody actually dance? I can't dance. I was just telling the story about how somebody saw me drawing at Paragon. And then they came over and bought something. That was cool. That was very cool. I didn't expect that part. I just expected them to be like, cool about watching me draw. It is a boss battle. Like, what the heck? I think, like, I changed his eye size, and I think it'll make it more easy to understand what's happening, and I think he's just missing soul in life. Soul and literally, like, he's just got the soulless anime eye problem. Yeah, I overheard, I think it was a girl and her dad. I'm pretty sure that was the case. Because he offered to pay. It was really cute. And I overheard them talking, but at the same time, I'm like, I have really bad hearing. So I heard part of it, and they were saying like, oh, something about AI. And they're like, well, clearly, I'm assuming the line of conversation was kind of like, clearly this person doesn't use it and we should support her kind of vibe. Something like that. Or like they were happy to see it or something. I don't know. I didn't see anybody at this event using it, but at the same time, I didn't see anybody, period. So Who knows? Maybe. However, clearly this kid was cool about it. I don't remember what they bought, but they gave me a compliment and it was really nice. All right, sir. I think you just have. You saw everyone? Yeah, that's good. Then I'm reassured. That's good. Good. There have been some events that I've been to that I have seen it actually, which is wild to me. But then that's like a sign that it's like poorly organized, or the event organizers are just doing like a cash grab from the vendors, I think. Like they don't actually care. Which means I shouldn't care and I shouldn't go back. Man, I kind of wish I did, because like there's some moments where I'm like, why am I here, man? Like I could be shopping for myself. What the heck is this? Milk and cigarettes. I did buy something. I bought one thing from. Okay, first of all, this cosplayer was selling, and the first day they fully were painted purple, and I was like, dude, you're gonna be here all day purple? That's crazy. And then the second day they were dressed up as Link, so I was like, I gotta come visit now. And they did have some Zelda merch. They had some D&D merch too. I knew that they had D&D merch, so that's why I wanted to check out to see if they had anything that I could use to displace my need for Baldur's Gate 3. Baldur's Gate 3. Yes, absolutely. But no, Baldur's Gate 3 merch. I was looking for it. Didn't get a chance to look for it. But I got what is it called? The heart container, the Zelda heart container as an iron-on patch. Freud. Hello, Dr. Freud. Freudian slip. I did see a post. Listen, I mentioned Astarion once on my Instagram in a story, and now my whole feed is just Astarion. And I'm like, yay, but also, yay for gay, but also what's going on? What's happening? Like, calm down. And I did actually see somebody made a post featuring Baldur's Gate 3, like that they edited the title. So, not so much of a Freudian slip as a reminder. Yeah, Instagram, you're gonna ruin this for me. I won't be interested anymore out of spite. Like, I do think it's one of those like hyperfixation things where it's like I'm gonna be obsessed about this for 3 months, and then I don't know. Maybe another game will come out. I don't know. I haven't been this obsessed for a game or any kind of media for a really long time. And I think it's the fact that like the game design and the story combined with like the unlimited amount of things that I could do. Oh, no, man. A trap. It's over. And also it was in a fantasy setting. Dude, I also really like Red Dead Redemption. That's one of the games that I can think of that's like kind of similar. But then the problem is like there's too much going on and I can't finish the game. And I heard that there's like a really big amount of people. I'm so sorry if you're not interested in Baldur's Gate. I almost said it again. Baldur's Gate. This is game info though. Just in general, there's like a bunch of people who have not finished the game. They all end in Act 3 and then they stop. Even my friend, so I'm in Act 3 the second time and I'm finishing the game. My friend still hasn't finished it and she got it like forever ago. And she had more knowledge. I kept like messaging her to be like, wait, what's going on? I'm so lost in this game. So like apparently a lot of people just drop it. I think because it's overwhelming, you have more choice of what to do. And then in Red Dead, that also happens. Like the more you fill out the map, right? There's so much that you can do that you just don't finish it. Or it's one of those things of like, I don't want to finish it because then if I finish it, then like, it's over. The torch is passed to me. Yeah, if you have Baldur's Gate questions, you can just ask me now because clearly I've searched it up already. I do play it. When I was younger, I hated doing this. I hated searching up guides. I don't know what caused this. The internet wasn't that much of a thing, but I thought like I was a fake gamer if I had to search up a guide. As an adult, I'm like, I am searching up a guide because I have limited time. And we don't have time for this. Let's go. Come on. Where is this obscure thing that I can't find? Oh, it's on a dead guy on some floor that I missed. Okay, well, great. I'm not about to search every single skeleton. Let me just Google. And so, that's now how I game. It is a good game, I will say. I will say that. I don't remember if I told Chips this, but this was really funny. So I like stayed up late restocking my Astarion prints because they almost sold out. So then I thought, okay, if on the off chance that people in this city like Baldur's Gate, I do need to restock because I don't have any. And people did recognize him on the second day, but the first day nobody recognized him, and I was getting concerned. I was like, oh my god. I was so annoyed. I was like, you're kidding me. This is unreal. What's going on? I even posted on Instagram about it because I was like, you're telling me I stayed up this late printing out copies. What do you mean nobody wants it? But no, somebody, I think also, I'm not really good with names, but I think I do remember faces. And I did recognize some of the guests as people who have attended other events. And then they were like, this one person, I don't think they remember me, but I somehow remember her face. And immediately, because I put it on big display, I bought it. Yeah, I think I sold two of them, which is even that is kind of impressive, considering the event being awful. Even that was impressive. Anything that sells more than one, I'm like, okay, all right, noted, okay, all right. So basically, my whole rant here is to tell you that if I'm actually a fan of something, probably gonna sell well. Maybe. Actually, maybe not. I don't know. I'm a fan of Expedition and that one didn't sell well, so I don't know. It's fine. Yeah, I do think that it's kind of impressive. I was like, I think I've won with this one. Thank goodness. I have a few pieces where I'm like, this is the outlier where it did well. And then even if it doesn't sell, it's the one that's commented on the most. And at the very end of the day, this person didn't get to stop by, but they might have wanted to. It was like, so the event ended at like 5 o'clock. And then this person stopped by at like 4:40 or something. And they said, this was really funny to me. This interaction was hilarious. This person clearly was good at talking to people because they were like, hey, how's it going? Something. I think we complimented each other or something, started a whole conversation. Sometimes I don't have a proper conversation, and that's okay. Some people are just not into it. This person was really funny. He pointed out, oh, I see you got an Astarion print. You did a really good job. You made him really hot. And I thought that was so funny, so bluntly saying it to me. And then I told him the story. I said, listen, this one, I actually gave it to a friend who doesn't even play the game, doesn't know the character. And I gave it to them. And I said, I need your help to make him the hottest character possible because it's so important. It's so dire. And then they said, well, clearly it worked out. It worked out. You did great. And I was like, thank you. They said, oh, we'll be back, but we're gonna look around. And I was like, we've got 10 minutes, so it's maybe not. But it was like the biggest compliment. Yeah, I was like, oh my God, that's crazy. Thank you. Very glad that you think my rendition of hotness is hot to you. Great. As Paris Hilton would say, that's hot. Great. Glad. So, still a win. Still a win in that regard. I'm also surprised, like the first day I sold more originals and I was kind of like confused. I was like, what is going on at this event? And then I thought like, oh, maybe it's because like the demographic here, we're not the same fans of stuff, so originals is the only thing that they can connect to. I think I started packing at like 450. I would have done earlier, but then I couldn't leave. So like there was no point. And we pack up relatively fast, so I think it takes us 30 minutes to pack. But I couldn't really, like I didn't have the car, so then I was like, so there's no point in me going as fast as I can because I'm still gonna be stuck here. I'd just be waiting. The difference is I could probably, you know, talk to somebody about something, I guess. But I did see people, they did not care. Like basically, if you're watching this on YouTube in the future and you don't know this, some events will have it in their clause or their rules that you cannot pack up before the event ends because it looks unprofessional and also might impact your ability to be hired back, to be, you know, brought back the next year because it shows like, you know, you didn't care about your customers or whatever, or attendees, I don't know. So many of the artists at this event do not care about coming back that they packed up. Me included, I did not care. The person in front of me, we didn't even get to exchange, not contact info, but like even usernames to find each other later. And it was pretty funny. I finally found them through the map. I messaged them and was like, oh, sorry, I didn't get your name. Found you. We followed each other back, as you do, because friends, woo, mutuals, let's go. Woo, woo. And then she was like, wow, you guys packed up quick. And I was like, we were hangry. And we were annoyed at this event being terrible. We wanted food. We also had some kind of like miscommunication, weird organization issue with the organizers in the very beginning too. So I was already like the beginning of the event for me was already like, what is going on? Why are we confused? Why are we wasting time? We need to set up. This should have been like resolved earlier. What is going on? So I was already annoyed. And then for them to have low foot traffic, I was like, I just went to a student run event that was more organized than this event. What is happening? This is craziness. They did have a spot for me, but the thing is like, they changed the map, right? And I had the old map, but they had the new map. So we double checked with them to say, hey, is this our spot? Are you sure? Because on my map, it says it's wrong. They had the updated map for whatever reason. You know how they sent an updated map, but for some reason I didn't have it. I don't know if I got the wrong file or if I opened it wrong. I don't know. But regardless, we went back to our spot and we were like, okay, we got our spot. The other artists who we flipped, like our tables flipped because of accommodation for me, because I asked for electricity. So they flipped us. And then for whatever reason, there was like miscommunication in sense of like, that was my table because I was reassigned, it's my table. But they claimed it was their table, but we were there early. So we were like, so if we had already started setting up, you couldn't do anything, but for whatever, we were like having this thing of like, whose table is it? Whose table is it? And I was like, we are wasting time. We have 1 hour. We are not going to be set up in time. Let's go. So I just went, I don't care. Just give me the corner then. Just give me, I don't need the electricity. Like, just give me the corner. I don't care. I got so annoyed. I was like, why is this not organized? Why are we arguing? What is this? Yeah, it was very strange. They had like some kind of, I don't know, it was weird. I don't know how that happened because like we clearly had requested for accommodation, so we should have been given priority in this case. But because the organizers couldn't like step in and like just solid give us an answer, basically the artist had to sort it out, right? And I was like, we shouldn't be having to sort this out. You should have a firm answer. 1 goes to 1, 2 goes to 2. Done, you know? I had never had some kind of conflict at an event like that, ever. So I was like, what is going on? This is crazy. So I already started the event kind of mad, to be honest. Yeah, it was wild. But as everybody saw, we were in the corner, and then other vendors came by to be like, man, they put you in a corner, huh? Like, that's rough. And then secretly the whole time I was going, yeah, and it wasn't at my table originally. So it was, in fact, it would be different. So it was my table originally, it was. But it would have been different if that was the case and then they didn't reassign me. If that was just it, I would have just been like, that's funny, like, what a luck of the draw. That just sucks. We just ended up in this corner. But because we were reassigned, that's why I was like, dude, what? This is not where we're supposed to be, actually. But okay. Luckily, I have data. That's how I do data. That's how I do my payments anyway. But like, technically, I'm supposed to plug in my stuff. It would be better for us. But we're so used to going to events where it's like, they don't have that accommodation that I'm like, all right, fine. We weren't sure if we were gonna need it, but we requested it just in case. Like, if it happens to be there, why not request it, right? We also have like a light. So just in case we change our light situation, maybe that's better. Oh. The way that I've been doing it is like, if I'm using the Square reader, I link it to my phone. So like, it's connected to my data plan essentially. However, if it fails and we have no Wi-Fi, then it's kind of tricky, I think. Because I think the Wi-Fi in that place was not good as well, I'm pretty sure. My reader also disconnected a few times, which was weird. The good news is it didn't miss a sale. Yeah, if it's gonna happen to some event, luckily it's this one. Yeah, it was trippy. That was a weird one. This was a really weird event. On more than one thing. Yeah, I honestly, for mine, I think it was a user error. I think it was me. And actually it was the girl and her dad who were talking about me drawing. They saw me drawing Shadowheart. They were talking about that, and then they came over, and then when they came over, I couldn't take their payment, and I was like, I don't know what's going on. It kept saying that the card was not accepted, so it was like gaslighting me to say it was that. Turns out it was me. I was like, what do you mean the payment is not taken? I think it's actually you, Square. But I do like using Square. I used Shopify for a little bit, but it was their POS system is so convoluted that we switched because I had to do the discounts manually. And trust me, you don't want to do that. You don't want to have to do math. Trust me, just trust me on that. The amount of discounts that I did incorrect because something's input incorrectly, it was astonishing. So now I don't have to deal with that. Thank goodness. I don't want to do math on the fly. Please. Please. Hopefully there will be more humans here today. I hope. I hoped wrong. It was really weird. The second day had more people on the top floor. It was weird. Overall, weird event. Would rate it. 5 would mean I would come back, I think. 4 would mean I would come back with adjustment. 3 would mean I'm not coming back. So you know what? Let's give it a 3.5 because they could adjust, but that floor plan is terrible. They might be able to figure it out. I don't think they will. So 3.5 out of 10. I'm hoping my next event is outside, and I'm hoping I know what the heck to do. Scary. Fair? Okay, I'm glad it's not just me. It was really funny, the people on my floor, we kept like getting together in the corner to be like, so how do we feel about this? How's it going, everyone? They kept passing me and being like, how are you feeling in your little corner? And I thought that was hilarious. Cause they saw in the beginning, they were like, what happened? So they were very gracious and pitying, sad timeout corner me. But I think the people in front of, like, further down the corner were having even a worse time, and we were all like talking about like, man, what do you think went wrong? Are we coming back next year? What do they need to improve for us to come back? And then I think the first day, one of the vendors left 10 minutes early. And we were like, yeah, that's what you should do. What's going on? I am currently, drawing these characters right here from this book, Paragon. This is Percy. This is Obsidian. I'm rendering away, bringing them to life, and I'm also yapping about the event that I went to yesterday, which was a nightmare. But then I went and I got Salvadorian food after, and that was pretty good, not gonna lie. Pretty good. Ooh, people did not come back. You know what? I respect it. Especially the people who traveled. Somebody told me they're local and they would not come back. And I was like, yeah. I think if you should follow the locals. If the locals don't do it, then that means it's really not worth traveling for. What's the best Salvadoran food? That's a really good question. To be honest, this place, I feel like it was very mixed. But the thing that I ordered, it was a whole platter, and oh my goodness, it was so much food. But I was so hungry after like such a long day. Is it pupusas? It's flatbread or griddle cake. Apparently also in El Salvador. Sorry, not El Salvador. Obviously Salvador. Honduras. Took me a second. I was like, what's happening? Wait, I got one with pork and cheese, and that was really good. I'm gonna find a photo of it. With Chihuahua cheese. Chihuahua's a brand of cheese. Y'all wanna see this food? Y'all wanna see? Okay, I don't wanna... There we go. Okay. This is what it looks like. And then on the inside, it was pork and cheese. It was good. It was good. Y'all are so sweet on Mondays. What is with these raids? I appreciate you. As we're talking about food. Food. Get hungry, everyone. Anybody from El Salvador? Because that would be a perfect timing. Thank you so much for the raid. Hello. I don't know if you can hear me yet, because sometimes people are still clicking up. What, do I just leave this here? I guess I gotta put this away, right? I ate it. It's gone. What else did I eat? I ate pastelitos. There's something else. Tamales. That was pretty good. Sometimes I'm not in the mood for it because it's a little sweet, but... I feel like there was something else that I ordered and I don't remember what it is. But maybe I'm imagining an extra food item that's not on my list. Oh, tradition! I'm a traditional person to raid. Oh my god, thank you. What did I get to drink? Oh, that's a good question. I got horchata, of course. It was good, but I got it with regular milk, so that was a crime. I got a stomachache. But it was good. It was good. Eee. Thank you so much for the raid. If you have something that you were working on, or something you want to share that you worked on, past tense, art tax. I clearly have started talking about food and took a little break while staring at this guy's face because I'm going through it right now with this guy's face. I think when eating Latin food, there's only two answers of what I'm gonna drink. If it's like Latin food that they have horchata available, I'd probably, if it's Brazilian, I'll get Guaraná, so soda. Coca-Cola is a good one. Coca-Cola is probably my go-to. Ooh. Yes, please, please do. Not PG-13, yeah. Unfortunate. Unfortunate way to live life, I guess. Over here on the stream, we have to be concerned. Good acrylic paint marker brand. All I can think of is Posca. I don't know if that's acrylic paint, but that's the one that I always see. Posca? Is that acrylic paint? That's the one that's really popular. Let me switch it up. Thank you. You don't tell me what you're made out of, though. It's an ancient Roman drink. Thank you. What? What are you? It is acrylic paint, or at least they have acrylic paint. I don't know if they have multiple versions, but acrylic paint, yeah, Posca is the one that I think of. Posca. Open the linky. Yeah. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna open it on this one. This is the sketch that we were, well, sketch, half render. I don't know. Da-da-da-da. We have a pinup with all the bits covered, so we're okay. Everyone, we're fine. Don't worry about it. Da-da-da. Hold on, I should probably put this like more clearly. Hold on. Hold on, everyone. I can figure out my... There's a way to do this. What am I doing? That's a real question. Here we go. Lord. Took me a second, everyone. Whoa. Yeah, so cute. I love the... Oh my god, words. Veins? You did such like a unique design for them. And oh my god, they match. Eee, look at that. She's so cute. So clean also. I remember from the sketch, I was like, this is gonna look so sick. But now looking at it clean, I'm like, oh my goodness. What a evolution. I was gonna say revolution. I was like, that's not the right word. I don't have good words. Listen, if you ever order from me on like Etsy, just know that I write the note like 3 times because I don't know how to be cool. I don't have Riz, so I don't have artist Riz. I'm so sorry. So live, I'm like, I don't have words, but it looks pretty. I think that's why people default to going, I'll eat it. You know, it looks pretty. The colors are cute. I like the blushies. I also like to add the blushy. I don't know if I do it anymore, but I used to always do it and it used to give me so much joy. Adding blush to like the joints. So cute. She looks so soft. So nice. I must continue working, unfortunately. We can't look at pretty fairies, all pixies? Fairies? What is the difference? I was mentioning it earlier that like in this sketchbook, I believe it's a pixie that's been drawn. And he's like teasing her for it. Because, you know, fantasy racism. Naturally, of course. Actually, if you were a fantasy character, what would you be? This is actually a really important question that I didn't ask earlier. Because we got raided by Otto Spirit Bear earlier. Doing tabletop game design. We were talking about mythical creatures and fantasy and all that. And I didn't think to ask, yeah. If you were a fantasy character, what would you be? Totally not a fairy, so not a fairy. Humans, a human. I did see something, I saw like a really funny clip of somebody like berating people who pick human in Baldur's Gate 3 because you can be a human. And I thought about that. I was like, Yeah, for some reason when I play fantasy games, I can never be a human color. Like, I'm not a human skin tone. I could probably be a human, but for whatever reason, I can never be a human skin tone. The first time I played, I was green. The second time, I'm blue. The third time, I might be finally pink. And somebody called this out many years ago. Somebody was like, hey, you always draw characters with bizarre colored skin and hair. What's that about? Like, no judgment, but like, what? Why? And I'm like, cause humans are kind of, I got like 5 skin tones and then like I can use a slider. So I wouldn't be a human. However, humans have different abilities. Therefore, they would probably look at you like a bizarre one. God forbid we have a shadow whimsy. Yeah, I can't. What do you got against? What do you got? You got colorism? You got problem with me drawing green characters? I actually have never drawn a green character, but I probably should, you know? Because clearly I got no problem playing a green character. I was a wood elf. It just seemed fitting. And then the second time I was a tiefling. So blue. She looks so cool, by the way. Every time I play, I'm like, man, I wish I was that cool. So cool. Man, I want horns. It'd be sick. I actually thought about it, putting horns on my headphones, but then I'd have to pay for them. So one day, if I show up on stream. They also had have you seen those little headphone accessories? They have ones that look like a bow, hearts, like magical girl wings. So cute. Mine would definitely be, even though my theming is all hearts because my glasses. I would probably get the horns. They're so cool. But they're like, if you're a Canadian, I think they were like 30, 40 bucks without shipping. And I was like, why? I need to go to an event where they sell them so I can live out my weird e-girl dreams. The bath is calling. Fair. I hope you have, do you have Japanese bath salts? I really want to buy them again. Oh. It's a lot in maple money. Yes, all the love. Look, we can make little hearts. Or there are hearts up there too. Just hearts, hearts, hearts. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Domo arigato, Mr. Roboto. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Much appreciates. I'm very glad. Now we can raid somebody back on my first day. We can throw Shivas at people. That's what would happen. Y'all, it's like I'm throwing you at them. Well, confusing. You're both beans and Shivas. I don't know. It's a confusing way to be. I spent a really long time rendering this one shirt. This whole conversation, I was like, I'm just rendering a shirt. There we go. His face still bothers me. He kind of looks like an actor, but I don't know which actor, but it's just something. It's a nice shirt. Thank you, thank you. I didn't spend nearly as much time on the Astarian print. I just was like, he's got a shirt. Whatever. There, it's whatever. I actually had to go back to be like, wait, I completely drew it wrong too. So I actually got up in the middle of the night to be like, wait a second. Wait a second, this is gonna drive me nuts. That's the difficult thing of like having your art somewhere you can regularly see. Like if you put it on your wall, you see it all the time. It's into our brains and into our hearts. Somebody did have a conversation about that with me yesterday. Their friends were trying to, I was also trying to enable them a little bit. Their friends were trying to enable them to buy my Astarian print. And obviously I'm for it. Please, take it off my hands. Enjoy. I have 10 of them. Well, no longer. I don't have 10 of them anymore, but please. take one. And they were like, but I have like a quarter of my wall is just all Astarion. And I was like, but you could put the small print on your desk. You could put it in a frame. I feel like one of those guys is trying to hit on a girl. Stupid. But I understood. I was like, I'm not gonna push you. I don't wanna, I'm teasing you, but like, I'm not gonna push you to buy it. I get it. And they were like, money though, money. Put them in your fridge. Every time you open it. Wow, what a frosty, what a tall drink of water. He's not tall, actually. But I understood what they meant. Like, yeah. But then I also was thinking that I'm kind of late to the scene. So people who are like really big fans of Astarion, maybe I can't appeal to them because they already got the game. The game is kind of getting older. However, I did mention this. This was really funny. So a lot of people have been talking to me about the Avatar movie. It's like the #1 conversation because I have Avatar stickers. And then I had a conversation with someone saying, I actually didn't know that the movie was coming out. I had no idea. I just happened to want to draw Avatar and was watching it. So it might have been like a subliminal thing where somebody far away from me on the internet was talking about this movie, and then it started this like thing of talking about Avatar. And then I thought, I want to watch Avatar. Came out with the merch. This movie leak happened. Everybody comes up to me wanting to buy Avatar. And I'm like, yes, win. And you know what happened for Baldur's Gate? Also, they announced that there's a live TV show coming out. And I'm like, oh, what a coincidence, it's in the news again. I had no idea. And I finally decided to print it and, well, draw him and print it conveniently when these news came out. Came out like, I don't know, a week ago or something. Well, the news of it happening were out, but the rights were bought recently or something by HBO. So I was like, I think there's going to be another, like a little bit of a revival might not be the right word because it never died, but there's going to be a little bit of a rise in Baldur's Gate conversation, which is very convenient for me. There's also been a lot of conversation. Again, this is how I know things are what's happening in pop culture because I don't watch the news. The news scares me. So, just casually, the news is terrifying. Hate that thing. Turn off the TV. They're talking about Persona 6. And I learned this because everybody suddenly was buying Persona stuff. And then I was like, listen, Persona is kind of old. Not a new game. Why is this the only thing that's selling? What's happening? And then I realized it's because there was conversation about Persona 6. See, the internet is connected, directly connected to the artists. We are genuinely just reflections of pop culture. It hasn't changed since the olden times. We are just this is my Greek god. Zuko and Astarion, I guess. Those are my Greek gods. I guess I'll just draw them. Out of context. Sounds crazy. People keep talking to me about it. I refuse to watch that movie until it actually comes out, though. But I have heard some really funny conversations. This one person ran into me at a University of Toronto event. And we were talking about it because, naturally, they noticed my Avatar stickers. We're talking about it. We're fans. One girl of the group, is talking to me going like, I've been seeing Zuko edits, but I refuse to watch it because I can't watch the movie leak. But no, I shouldn't. I really shouldn't. I should support the artists. And then a guy comes up and is like, yo, I have it on my phone. I was like, what? He's like, yeah, somebody airdropped me the whole movie. I don't know. some stranger. I was at work one day and he was just like, "You want the movie?" And he's like, and then he just gave it to me. And she's like, "Wait, let me see that. Wait, no. I must hold back. The temptation's too strong." I was like, what's going on? There's a whole drama playing out in front of my booth right now. This is crazy. It was pretty funny though. However, I will definitely be, if you end up watching it, I mean, like, what, at this point, what can you do? I do think they caught the person who leaked it, and I do think they're gonna face some legal charges, because they should. That's whack. I don't think you could even, like, it's not coming out in theaters, right? I believe it's only coming out on streaming, so, like, I don't even know how I would be supporting the artist necessarily. Maybe in stream numbers? I don't know. Not sure. But, I'll do my best. If the artist requests that, I think I saw it somewhere that the artists were requesting that you don't watch the leak, then I will do what the artist requests, I guess. Listen, I don't even have time to watch a leaked movie. I'm busy right now. Rewatching the same show for the 3rd time. And also playing Baldur's Gate. We don't have time. I'm replaying Baldur's Gate. Everything I do is just a replay. We're just repeating everything. It's comforting. I don't know. I know what's gonna happen, mostly. You don't know what's gonna happen in life. It's not comforting. I don't think anybody's really judgmental about this. But if anybody ever judges anybody about this, use this line. I don't know what's gonna happen tomorrow. I don't even know what I'm gonna have for breakfast tomorrow. There's too many things that are uncertain. But if I play Baldur's Gate one more time, I know the storyline. I know who's definitely gonna die. And I know who's decent in a fight. I like some certainty. It's nice. It's nice. You know? Life is too uncertain. Around the pond, in the pond, I'm about to jump in there, it's so hot. Of course, thank you so much, Chips, I appreciate. Also, everyone, say hello to our new mod. Very cool, very cool. Very helpful, appreciate. We did a lot so far. I don't actually have to finish this. I feel like I'm approaching this like I have to finish it, but I don't actually have to finish it. Bye-bye, thank you. The jump is so cute. It's so cute. But I'm gonna do my best to go as far as I can, because this client had to wait quite a while. Because I had events. Ooh, I can draw at events, but I can't do commission work at events. At least I can't do rendering. I can sketch, but I prefer not to. But if it's something really simple, I can do it. Like if they ask me to draw, like, I don't know. I actually did draw commissions at one of my events. It was a chapter headers, and you will probably see me working on it on one of the upcoming streams. Unless I finish it beforehand, it's quite fast. I literally just have to clean up the sketch. Like, the sketch is fine, but it's a little low quality because it's so messy. So, I just clean it, send it, saves me time. Speaking of it being really freaking hot in this room, I just mentioned it is hot. The university event that I went to, it was really good. Like, actually it was really popular, which was surprising. I did not expect that at all. Like Chip said, it's like they're run almost to like military level. They really care, because I think they want to do right by the artists. Sometimes I have had events where they did not care. I've never had like words, however, definitely I've seen other artists get mad at event organizers. Which includes university event organizers, because I think sometimes we get the sense that they don't really care. They don't understand that, hey, I'm working. But this event, it was so hot. I thought I was melting. the entire day was like sweltering. People were going up the stairs and they were like drenched in sweat, bright red. I had a fan, but I had run out of water within like, not even water, just coffee. I didn't even bring water. I don't think I'm terrible at that, bringing water to events. But like I ran out of my drink and it was so hot. Luckily, my neighbor was a sweetheart and they ordered 1 extra bubble tea. And I got a free bubble tea. It was so nice. Listen, people are so nice to artists. People who rated me today, I'm telling you. See? People are really nice to artists and we really appreciate very much. Lifesaver, quite literally. I thought I was gonna pass out, to be honest. I didn't want to say anything and I was by myself, so I didn't want to get up and leave. And I didn't know where the water fountain was exactly. And it was so crowded that like if I left, I might have missed a sale. So I didn't, it was a whole thing. I didn't want to get up. If it was dire, really, really dire, I probably would have. But I was starting to feel like, oh no, my life force is gone. So I was very grateful. Somebody had water, or not water, drink, something cold. My temperature was very high. Getting very, very high. This office is also very, very hot, mind you. So if you ever see me drenched in sweat, like I am right now, it's because it's really hot in here. Yee. It's worth it, everyone. It's worth it for you. I will survive intense heat. Like, I'll survive the hells for you. See, do I have artist wrist? Do I have it? Is it working? All right, I'm trying my best. Okay, the only thing I want to sort, because this is a thing that if I send it to the client, everything else not being finished, it's like, it's fine, we'll figure it out. The face though, if it looks weird, they're gonna tell me it looks weird. Like she looks okay. I think she looks like, she's got that cuteness to her. She's got that sense of, yeah, if I fix her a little bit, it's fine. Ooh. He's melting, it's so hot in here. He's got something going on. Ooh, ooh. And what is it though? What is it? Maybe we should search up a reference. This is a time where I'm like, we're stuck for too long. We should get a reference. Man smiling and at phone meme. Wait, hold on. I need to. Okay, anyway. Smiling and talking, I guess? It may be that too much of his mouth is showing. And it should be more of his teeth showing. Because when you're talking, actually, the inside of your mouth only shows if you're like saying, ah. Right? All right. Maybe that's our issue. Let's find the issue. This is going to be my last task of the day. Well, not the day. I have a lot of tasks after the stream, believe it or not. But for the stream. Oh, this is a thing. I saw a video talking about this. If you're an artist, here's a tip for you. Or if you're just interested in drawing at all. Usually, you look really bizarre, or characters look really bizarre, if you draw the outline very clean. It gives this sense of like, it's like a 3D plane, like a sharp edge. But if you look at the vermilion line, that's what it's called. Even when a woman is wearing lipstick, where it's like a hard line, it's still kind of blurred out. It's never perfectly like shh. I mean, yeah, for women's lipstick, maybe if you use lip liner and you do it. I personally don't like that look, but regardless, if it's a natural lip line, it won't have this like really harsh line drawn like this. So if you're drawing lips and you do it like this looks more natural than this. Unless you're doing an icon, I guess. If you're doing an icon, that's, you know. Anyway, this is not important. We need to move on. Why are you letting me waste my time, everybody? Blames chat. Chat that doesn't say anything. This is not shade. You don't have to say anything. I'm just throwing you under the bus and I think it's funny. It's like when I used to game on stream. I'd be like, that's what your job is. You need to search up the guide. I can't search up the guide. You search up the guide. Tell me where I'm lost. You came to stream. Time to clock in. All right. If that's the case, I think more of this side should be showing then. I wonder if this is getting really freaky looking. Also, another thing about teeth, if you draw it like this, it looks very strange. If you add too much detail, it starts to look really weird. So usually I just cut into the parts. Maybe not everywhere. And usually where the light hits, I do these. Then I fade the heck out of it because it still looks creepy. I don't know. The teeth are just one of those things. Kind of looks like this. Like, weird. Yeah, see? Somebody else gets it. Yeah. Listen, the problem is I'm looking for these references, right? But the stock references also, they also look like they're smiling, but they have no soul behind their eye, you know? Like, yeah, you just imply. Like, implying is definitely the right word here. I do think I gave him the wrong center line, but we'll figure it out. You know what? That's a later problem. We're just... Sir? Is it this? Is it me you're looking for? Just have song lyrics. Jumbling up down here. Up here. Down here? Where's down? What's up and what's down? I don't know. What's up, dog? The sky. She's losing it. I used to have a coworker who would say that to me. She's losing it, and I'm like, I've lost it, man. I never had it. What do you mean? You should know this by now. I used to be pretty decent drawing smiles, but I think I haven't drawn it in a second. Will I find the way home? I don't know. I don't know. Questions are forming. Answers are not being found. Redirecting right now. This is what we originally did, but it didn't work the first time. Let's see if it'll work the second time. Man, you creepy, man. You creepy. You creepy. It may also just be like the shadow's too dark, the something's too defined, something. So many questions. We'll figure it out. Don't worry, everyone. I will bring us home. We're far away from home. We're in some astral plane right now. We're a little scared. Mom, come please pick me up. Oh, just move his whole face, you know? Like just, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, man, you do have the power to move your eyeballs. It's scary. Yeah, he's still got that thing going on where it's like, you're smiling with your mouth, your eyes. Your eyes, though. I think it also might just be a thing of lighting at this point. As I say, gritting my teeth, holding on to a prayer. I think I found the answer. I don't know if I had the answer. I'm just lying to you, Beans. I don't know anymore. I'm scared. He looks like he's painted on concealer. He's putting on sunscreen. Just in like certain places. Listen. I can draw. It's like one of those things of like, if you tell somebody you're funny, you're probably not funny. Unless you say, I think I can, then it like, that's different. If you say like, I think I'm kind of funny, then you're like, you know, you softened it. But if you go like, no, I am funny, you might not be funny. And this is the same thing where it's like, y'all, I can draw. Yeah, that might be a lie. This whole time, it hasn't been me. It's been a little hamster up here. Not even on my head like Ratatouille style, it's just... They made a reference to that in Zootopia too. I thought that was funny. Do you think they're coming out with Ratatouille 2? Because Disney does that. They always like, hint at it. You know what he's giving me? He's giving me man android. Like he's an android. He's not a real person yet. That's what he's giving me. There's something going on. Listen, I just spent so long drawing Astarion. Does that mean I don't know how to draw a man now? Like another man? There's only one man that I can draw? Because that would be crazy. That would be quite the development. No, that's not true because I drew Yusuke and Yuji over the weekend. So that means I can draw another man. I think. He thinks. I think. Y'all. Whoa. What's going on here? Ah, that would make sense. Using the eraser, not even using liquify. She can't even tell what brush she's using at this point. Oh, over. But now he looks like he's doing one of these. I will get this. I swear it. Maybe I won't. I swear it. Maybe I won't. He immediately takes it back. I don't know. All right, Mr. Android. Could also just be me, you know? Like somebody else might look at this and be like, it's fine. This has a really wide mouth And the wider you make the mouth, like, yes, it's smiley, but it's getting creepy. Like Attack on Titan style. Don't worry, everyone. Is anybody actually worried, though? Like, I keep saying don't worry. I think it's just me who's worried. Surely you know that this is gonna work out, right? It's predetermined. You know, this is the same reaction I had when playing Elden Ring. What the hell? I give up. I think I have to give up. The hell? What is going on? She's got such bad face blind. It's me. I just don't want to say me. I've got face blindness. I just refuse to be like, no, it's me. I'm the problem. It's me. Taylor Swift? Y'all. Streaming is easy when the drawing comes easy and then I'm like, yeah, I'm good at this. I can do this. Streaming doesn't come easy when you're stuck. Did that solve it? Can we say that it solved it? Let's just say it solved it, alright? Alright, let me work on these teeth and good lord. Lordy Lou. Just having a breakdown out here. Just a little mentee bee. Alright, where's the middle tooth? Here, right? Is the middle of the lip is here. So, middle tooth here. Well, no. Like this. Actually, this somehow, I don't know, I think from afar you wouldn't be able to see it, so. Wait a second. Yeah, I think that's as good as it's gonna get. For real. You know what I feel like is gonna happen? I'm gonna send it to the client, and then I'm gonna be asked to change the facial expression. I have this feeling where it's just gonna happen. I'm like, I spent so much time trying to figure it out, and it's gonna be for naught. This is why updates are important, because otherwise you get in this stage where you're like, well, what does one even do? Anyway, moving out. Like a Autobot. Autobots roll out. Holy cow. Thank you everyone for being very patient as I struggled and had a little bit of a crisis. It happens with every piece at some point. Last piece I did was Astarion, right? What piece did I get stuck on? I think I actually did get stuck on his face as well, but I did it off stream. Like I finished his face and then I fixed his face 5 times off stream. 5 times. Meaning I saved it thinking it was done and then I went back 5 times. It's a problem. It's a thing I have. It's something called perfectionism. Only happens to men's faces, apparently. Women's faces, I'm like, it's fine. I'll figure it out. I think because I have faith that I'll figure it out. All right. I know I got stuck on his face for that long. So I'm not going to end the stream on his face. Because wow. Just wow. Just wow. I'm going to do a little bit of the hair here. And then do a little bit of color correction to make our brains happy again, because that was miserable. I ain't gonna lie, y'all. That was a lot. Ooh. But we stuck it through and we're here now. Also, her ear is not skin colored. Man, that... Man. Even though I got pretty stuck on both of their faces, actually. Maybe today's just a bad drawing day. I don't know. Maybe I didn't warm up enough. I don't know. But, I actually got a lot done for this piece. Where I would say it's like 3/4 of the way done. Need I remind you, it was like a colored sketch before this. Now they're like half rendered, I want to say. Which is 3/4 of the way there, somehow. So her hair is curly. I'm gonna use a textured brush. Because I also have curly hair. And as you can see, it textured. It never really is that smooth. Drives me nuts sometimes, not gonna lie. Goodness. Do a clipping mask here. Ooh. See, it's already flipping like hair. Her hair color kind of changed a little bit, but I think we were gonna do some color correction, so it's okay. Also, her hair is like not blonde; it's just yellow. This ain't Zelda. We need slightly blonde hair. Toon Link Zelda, I mean. I didn't even touch his hair. We're struggling with his face for so long. Not worth it right now. And we're gonna do a little bit of a thing to make us happy. This might be a little too intense for her, I'm not sure. Ooh, ooh. Contrast makes it pop out more. Like this. I think this might be too strong, which is why I didn't do it on the same layer. For him, because his hair is dark and he's in shadow. Now he's a lot more defined, right? We're probably gonna have to do another color correction layer later. Oh, But for now, it's pretty good. I wanted to test this as well, where I added a little bit of a hint of the sunlight here. Like the bright color of the material lit is the first color, and then on the edge, it's the light color. The color of the light, not a lightened color, sorry. So, meaning, if this is like a pink shirt, this is light pink, and then on the edge of the shadow here, where the shadow starts, it's orange because the sunlight is orange. Does that make sense? You think I need to do like a darker? Yeah. I went darker because I know that I'm gonna light him. Like, reduce the opacity. There's a term for this. And it's not subsurface scattering, but there is a term for this. The not terminator line. Terminator line is where the shadow starts. Maybe it is subsurface scattering. I don't think so. You can. This is a feature that you can turn on in video games as well. Some like really high-tech, fancy graphic video games, they'll have a thing that's like turn on, turn off, subsurface scattering, or things like that. See? Art stuff. It's relevant to the video games. And then for him, because he's in shadow, it's going to be even more intense. Ooh. Tone it down because it's like really strong on him. I will work on his face off stream so I can lose my mind off stream. But we did a lot. Y'all want to see how much we did though? This was the beginning of the stream, featuring Totally Not a Fairy over there. Thank you. This was the beginning of the stream. That's where we started. You can kind of see that I was already struggling with her face a little bit, so I did get stuck. And then him, I kept him very rough. So I was like, I'm sure I'll figure it out. I don't know about that. And then we got in, I think 4 hours, essentially, we got to here. So they're coming to life. I think the client will be happy. That's the '1 thing that's important. But I hope everybody had a fun time as I was struggling. I pray you did. It's goodness. Or hopefully it felt relatable because woo, what a rough time. Thank you so much. I didn't get to shout out everybody, but thank you so much to Mio the Fox, also Spirit Bear, and Totally Not a Fairy for rating me. 3 rates? It's crazy. Y'all are too sweet. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. Appreciate it very much. I do have to work on more commissions off stream. So, and also probably this one, not gonna lie. But I need to take a break. The stream started late because I was eating dinner and I didn't get to actually finish my dinner, so. Maybe that's the magic trick. Maybe I should need to eat food. I don't know. Let's find somebody to raid. That would be really cool. A cool way to finish this up. But on YouTube, unfortunately, you can't actually see us raid somebody, huh? Can't really see us do that. But we're gonna find somebody. Hold on a second. Where am I? Ooh, there we go. Oh? We gotta find somebody because I actually don't have anybody, because this is a weird time for me to end. Let us see if I can find somebody. Ads. I can't be doing this. I think I found somebody. Do we do that? Unless somebody has a recommendation, but I'm pretty sure. Ah, somebody. We found another artist. Seems like they're a cozy artist. Hopefully they enjoy. So we're gonna start a raid. Thank you so much to the YouTubers. You can't join in on this raid. I appreciate very much. Very much. Very, very much. Can I type? Do I know how to type? I can type. I can figure this out. Yeah. Yeah. We're going, we're going. You ready? You going? Going. Yeah. Woohoo! We're gonna have a fun time. Thank you so much, everyone. Bye-bye.